I would say he's incompetent, but I don't want to do that because that's not nice.
And you're a nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
So he's going to get a book out for Christmas because that's what Jesus wants. It's going to be a picture book. Here's a picture of Melania looking sad. Here's another picture of Melania looking sad. He takes a lot of pictures of you, Melania.
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Separate bedrooms in separate houses. So, it's going to be much colder than it has been. It's pretty warm for the time of year, eh? But that's all going to come to a crashing halt. Snow could hit parts of Britain as early next week, and I sincerely hope that your parts remain unaffected. At the end of the week, snow flurries could hit Scotland. And even if you escape that, it is likely that much of the rest of the country could face overnight sharp frosts. A surge of cold air is going to spill across the UK over the end of November and into the beginning of December. It'll be like winter outside.
Correct.
And it's all because of high pressure.
Want to score some pot?
Not that kind of high. High pressure will bring a colder than average northwesterly airflow from Iceland, wherever that is. A Met Office spokesmodel said temperatures across the UK have been milder than of average of late. English not their first language. Stumbling. Probably drunk.
Booze.
Temperatures across the UK have been milder than average of late, notably in parts of eastern Scotland, where the föhn effect has helped temperatures reach the mid-teens. The föhn effect.
What?
The föhn, not the phone effect. I'm not turning into Inspector Clouseau. Where is your föhn? I have to reporter boom. Not föhn, Phone, Foehn. A föhn is a type of dry, warm, downslope wind that occurs in the lee of a mountain range. It is a rain-shadow wind that results from the subsequent adiabatic warming of air that has dropped most of its moisture on windward slopes. Isn't this educational?
No.
I have no idea what I just said. Through the weekend, a colder mass of air will bring temperatures down. I understand that. If you do experience snow, do not be alarmed. This is normal for winter, even though we never seem to be actually prepared for it, and it takes us by surprise every time it happens. Every single time it happens. It starts snowing, and people think, forgot to prepare again. If conditions deteriorate, drivers are reminded to speed up and tailgate the car in front, undertake where possible, and never slow down when entering a roundabout. Of course, if you are in a hatchback, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, a band of rain moves across the south, reaching Wales and the Midlands by evening. Dry, mild, cloudy ahead of this band. Sunny, scattered showers, colder to the rear. Sunday to Tuesday, dry, some sharp overnight frosts in the north, where it might turn wintry.
Oh, no.
Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
For the next 4 weeks? This is until the 3rd of December, from now until the 3rd of December. God, it's almost December. Oh, blimey, it's practically Jesus' birthday already. The rain is going to work its way southeast across the UK, followed by brighter conditions, blustery winds and showers. So it'll be rain, followed by showers. The weather is going to come from the north, and that means colder and wetter. Meanwhile, the southwest of the country will have their own weather, which will be more settled, with a chance of some sunny spells. You remember the sun, don't you? And then in the run-up to Christmas. So this is from the beginning of December till the 17th. The most changeable conditions are likely to be in the north. Showery, rainy, windy across the north. High pressure in the south will mean a good deal of settled and dry weather. Temperatures will be variable, with both milder and colder spells likely. A good deal of settled and dry weather with milder spells likely? We'll take it. Right, there's some very suspiciously keen callers, so I'll get those on straight away. Dublin, hello, Shane.
Hello, Nick.
Shane.
I'm just wondering if you're going to be doing your A to Z, because I've got a list that keeps getting longer and longer, but I don't want to be wasting my time, especially with Boris Johnson and his government.
Yeah,
it's getting pretty full at this point.
You don't want to shoot your bolt too quick. I understand. Yes, the A to Z will, as far as I'm aware, it will commence on Christmas Eve. Isn't it exciting?
Very exciting. Thank you very much for that, Nick.
No, thank you very much.
I look forward to it.
Appreciate it. There you go, you see? An unsolicited testimonial. Yeah, if you haven't played this game before, the A to Z of the year is a hoot. They're my favourite shows of the year. Partly because they require zero preparation. I sit with my feet up, smoking a cheroot all day long, and then I bowl in here and people pour their suggestions all over me. The A to Z of the year. It's a super fantastic suite of shows which start on Christmas Eve and end on New Year's Eve. Almost as though the gods had planned it. Because it perfectly fits with one letter per hour, apart from at the very, very end, which is the difficult part of the alphabet. I don't know why all the difficult letters are at the end. It was almost like an afterthought. V, W, X, Y, Z. Oh, just stick them at the end. Who came up with that? So, apart from the very, very last hour, it's one letter per hour from Christmas Eve until New Year's Eve. They are a hoot and a half, those shows. I think you'll love them. Speaking of holidays, Bodger Johnson enjoyed a freebie worth £1,800 at an exclusive private lounge at Heathrow Airport, if you please. This is before jetting off on a free holiday at the Spanish estate of a man he went to Eton with, who he put up in the House of Lords for life. Just a coincidence, nothing to see here. It only looks really bad.
What?
I've got her saying "meh" somewhere. Where is it? I can't find it. Never mind. You're doing a great job, Carol.
Oh, right, yeah.
Bodger enjoyed the facilities at the Windsor Suite. Very, very exclusive. The Windsor Suite at Heathrow Airport. I can only dream of enjoying the exclusive facilities of the Windsor Suite. Bodger enjoyed them. He swept through the place before he and his current wife jetted off to Marbella, if you please. I bet they're still trying to get the red wine stains out of the furnishings.
Booze.
The facility has previously been used by VIPs, including the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. Wills and Whatsit were there. I bet their scented magisterial aura permeates the napery still. You're doing a fabulous job, Your Majesties. What with all the, all of the... no idea. According to its website, the Windsor Suite at Heathrow Airport, and its website, by the way, will be the closest that you'll get to it. According to the website, the Windsor Suite at Heathrow Airport, guests can... I mean, if you try to get there under your own steam, you will be repelled. Trust me. The Windsor Suite at Heathrow Airport, in which guests can await their flight in one of 8 private lounges. It says, meeting you at our private suite will be one of our doormen. Oh, they got doormen. Oh, damn it. I've got the wrong one again. But I'm very bad at this job. A doorman. Bing bong. They got a doorman who will escort you to your personal butler. Well, why doesn't the personal butler answer the door? I mean, that seems like there's one too many people doing this job. A doorman takes you to the butler. Well, is the butler incapable of answering the door? I could save them so much money. A butler. A personal butler. It also boasts a food menu from a Michelin-starred chef called Jason Atherton and offers the use of a personal shopper in the main terminal building. What are you going to buy at the airport that you need a personal shopper for? On the way out? What are you going to buy in the airport that you need on the way out that you need a personal shopper for? That's ridiculous. Anyway, it's all for the price of absolutely nothing to the freebie king, his Bodgeness.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Zero cost to him. Nothing. Free to those that can afford it. very expensive to those that can't.
Correct.
This information was revealed in an updated entry to the MP's Register of Interests, which showed that Bodge was given it for free by the airport. Seriously, does this man pay for anything? But that was just the beginning. That's just the bit that he's admitted to. We see you, Bodge. We're scrutinising your every move. I think that the point at which he can just go on stage and go, "Paw!" and people go, "Oh, he's doing his best," and just let him off with any miscreant behaviour, that era is over. But that was just the beginning, of course. Lapping up all of that free luxury, he copped a freebie worth what most people would spend on their entire holiday before he'd even left the airport. It cost £1,800. I think that's per hour. I'll have to check on that. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to check on that straight away. No. Apparently the answer is no. It's a no from him.
Correct.
And Bodger was, he still hasn't registered the actual holiday part. He's registered the, the stay at the Windsor suite, but he hasn't registered the actual holiday, which had a rental value of £25,000 a night. What? £25,000 a night? What'd you get for 25 grand a night? I mean, it's incredible, really. He's up to his armpits in people yelling at him about MPs making money and taking favours from outside businesses and individuals, and the stench of corruption rising from the regime would peel the skin off the inside of your nostrils, and he still doesn't think any of this applies to him. He still thinks that he can just go, "Paw!" and just blow it all away with bluster. In his mind, he truly is world king. No, actually, king doesn't have a grand enough ring to it. He is emperor of the universe. And anyone who says otherwise is an enemy of the people. Boo! He's refused to put how much the holiday cost on his register of interests. Oh, how long was he there for? Like 10 days? That's a quarter... That's £250,000. Oh, my God. So he's refused to put how much the holiday cost on his record, on his permanent record, how much he was given by his old Etonian chum, Zach Goldsmith, who he made a lord for life after Goldsmith lost his seat to the Lib Dems in Richmond. I mean, let that sink in for a moment. The people said no. And Bodge heard no and turned it into yes. Yes, you can be a lawmaker forever, because that's what mates are for. And the reason Bodge gave for refusing to reveal how much of a freebie he got is that the estate he stayed at is owned by a friend, so he doesn't have to. Or in other words, I don't want to and you can't make me. That's the nature of our democracy. If the voters say no to someone, the regime makes them part of the government for life, and there's nothing we can do about it. He will be an unelected bureaucrat forever. Truly, we have taken back control. Lord Goldsmith made Foreign Office Minister after the good people of Richmond voted him out of government. And Bodger pulled him back in again. Downing Street has previously claimed that because Johnson's holiday in Spain last month was provided by a minister, it falls outside the remit of the House of Commons financial probity watchdog, scrutinising the rules for loopholes. That certainly sounds like he's got nothing to hide. The Torre Tramores estate, where Bodge and his current wife stayed, is available for private rent at a cost of £25,000 a night. For a secluded retreat with its own helipad.
Oh, fabulous.
It would have to come with a free helicopter to be worth that. A Number 10 spokesman said, "Don't question us, peasant." They said the holiday provided by a long-standing friend had been registered correctly. And as you would expect, you only know something is wrong when number 10 says it's right. The long-standing friend part is an interesting detail when you remember that Bodge gave his long-standing friend a seat in the Lords. I didn't think it was just for mates. Doing favours for mates. Everybody needs good neighbours. Everybody sing. The Ministerial Code says the property was provided by the Goldsmiths, not just the minister. Aha! So that excuse, it was a friend, sort of fades away. Not Zach Goldsmith, the Goldsmiths, it said. And, as you probably know, Goldsmith is the former MP for Richmond Park who was elevated to the peerage by Bodge after losing his seat to the Liberal Democrats. The move allowed the 46-year-old to remain in government as an environment minister. He's currently Minister for the Pacific and the Environment. Whatever that means. As far as I can tell, it's a post that was invented out of thin air just for him. No one has ever had that title before. Minister for the Pacific? What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Let's talk to a chap in Clapham called Daniel. Daniel. Oh, Daniel. Is there anybody out there? Too late. This tweet says, Jake here. Hey, Nick, bad times here in the States. Just my opinion, but the current buzz is all the dinglings were just empowered to shoot protesters. They're celebrating like Trump just won again. Yeah, that guy. Can you believe that guy? I am stunned. Of course, if it had been a black person that had a high-powered rifle and was just wandering through a crowd shooting people, then I'm sure that the court case would have had the same result. Are you kidding me? I think America has jumped the shark. This says, have you heard the news about the new Swedish Prime Minister? Apparently he's the ex-chief executive of IKEA. Oh, no, I'm not going to read the rest of that. No. Stop with the Christmas cracker jokes. This says, hi, Nick, is it true if you say corruption into a mirror 3 times at midnight, someone in the Tory party pinches your bum? Yeah, and make some off-colour remark about, oh, lovely rump there, what? Something like that. Is this bloke ready yet? Daniel?
Hello?
Yes, Daniel.
Sorry, my mic was off. The red LED light was on, and I thought the mic was on, but no, it's the other way around.
Well,
anyway,
that certainly explains that. Yes, go ahead.
I hope you are doing fine. Anyway, so you are talking about the new rules with the police, like kind of accessing your doorbells and...
yeah, I mentioned that in passing, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the thing is, every time I see policemen on the street, I always talk with them and I ask them that I would really like that the Metropolitan Police had an app, a mobile app. And this app would allow us to enable GPS. And if you are in a specific place, say in London, where you didn't feel safe,
yeah,
you could just have a scale from 1 to 10, saying how safe you are feeling. So, for instance, right now I'm feeling 100% safe. So
100% safe right now, yes. Okay.
Well, okay. So I would put 9 or 10.
Yeah, 9 or 10.
But if, for instance, if I go to a specific place like Harrods or something and I don't feel safe.
Wait a minute, hang on, back up. You wouldn't feel safe in Harrods? What, because you might get carried away and start flashing the plastic? Very, very dangerous place to go with a credit card without adult supervision. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
No, I mean we are all different. I could for some reason feel very unsafe there. So
Right.
If statistically, like many people were saying, we don't feel safe in this specific.
Right, you go
room,
up to the
for
watch
instance.
counter and look at the prices and go,
What?
I feel unsafe. Yeah.
or maybe if you go to Leicester Square. And
Oh, well, Leicester Square? Of course.
And you don't feel safe, or a specific street without lighting or something, the police would spot these specific places.
Oh, sure.
And actually, I would really I could tell all the time, wherever I was on the planet, I could tell the Metropolitan Police how safe
do you
I was
feel?
feeling.
Yeah, that's an excellent idea. I'll tell you what, Daniel, you create the app, you do the marketing, you get the money together to make it a business success, and we'll split it 50-50. How does that sound?
I don't do apps. I do websites, but not apps. But the other thing is, I think all
this offer is for a limited period only. Go ahead.
The other thing, Nick, I think all newspapers, especially national newspapers, but let's say all newspapers, they should have a section for missing people, because once I had a friend, his name was Robert Gibson, he lived in Gypsy Hill, not far from here, and he was married, he had kids. It was a very tragic thing. He disappeared. And I was reading the newspaper, and because he was a very important people here in Lambeth, he came on the newspaper.
Well, this sounds like a trap now. I've got no idea what you're talking about, or who he is, or any of the above, but some interesting ideas there, yes?
No.
An app that you can dial in how safe you're feeling at any given time. And, of course, if you're feeling very, very unsafe, then the police will arrive straight away. Of course they blooming well won't, because there aren't any police anymore. Because the Law and Order Party fired them, while telling us that they were doing us a favour. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're going to hire 56,000 new police persons and 156,000 new police person support staff, and they're going to open 53,000 new police stations, and are going to open 156% more courts than ever existed on the planet. In fact, let's go to Zaphod for the numbers.
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including.
That's the exact noise that my car makes on a cold day. Then I have to call the AA or the RAC or the green people. Other pickup emergency car vehicle repair persons are available. I'm pretty sure about that. Any further numbers there, Zaywad?
86%, 5 million, and of course over 50%. And what I'm saying is, an additional 162 million, and that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and 11, 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right now, that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Thanks for delivering, Zaphod. You're the best. This tweet from James says, Nick, what happened to all the new hospitals? Well, there's going to be 40,000 new hospitals, which is 120,000% more than have previously been promised under the previous administration. Should we go back? Should we go back to Zaphod for the numbers?
No.
Okay, then. What happened to all the new hospitals? Well, they are categorising each patient as a hospital. We will be getting 65 million new hospitals. Can you believe that?
Yes.
This text says, regarding the Windsor suite, passengers do get a private ride to the aircraft in a very posh and comfortable car, worthy of Steve Allen. I worked there occasionally, says Jeff in Wembley. Well, that's no good, Jeff. You've got to tell us what happened. We want the details. Give us the juice. Let's have Tynan Weir. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Nick. Funny story for you. Back in May, when it was quite hot in the summer, during the summertime, right? I was just telling the researcher, this guy I've seen came out of a well-known stationery shop on Northumberland Street in Newcastle. He'd obviously pinched something. There was a big, massive copper van there. These two burly coppers came out, ran after him, and they actually gave up the chase. They were huffing and puffing. They couldn't catch him. He was like, honestly, he was like roadrunner, this lad. Young lad, like, honestly, Nick, he was like roadrunner. Meep, meep. He was like miles past them. They give him chase and they actually gave up and turned back. And I thought, that's the police of today, overweight, probably sitting in the van eating big McDonald's. These were big fellas, had those daft high-vis jackets on. You know, the big green and grey jackets with the word police on the back. They just give up the chase. They couldn't catch him.
Of course, this isn't a funny story, not really, but a little bit. So they couldn't catch him. But, you know, you have to give him a little bit of sympathy because the police person is weighed down with an enormous amount of kit. I've got no idea. Like, they got the bat belt and they got their stab-proof vest and they got all that excellent, comfortable nylon clothing that they're forced to wear.
Yeah. Oh, hey, they just couldn't catch this young lad. He was like away like a rabbit. Yeah. He was gone. You know, it was so strange. I thought, oh my God, they can't even catch him. There's two of them after him.
Well, that's why God invented guns.
Oh, absolutely. If it was America, please stop. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
I think it goes boom, boom, boom. Police, stop.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thanks for the bad news, Brian. Couldn't catch him. I have noticed that on the very, very seldom occasions that you do see a police person, they don't look like the fittest people in the world, do they? Not really, no. This says the government has mysteriously been unable to locate the minutes of a conversation regarding the lucrative Randox contracts. What a crying shame. Oh, well, never mind. I mean, democracy is overrated, no, says Darryl, in Hove. Or Harold in Dove. It's unclear. Yeah, democracy. We should try that one time. Greenford. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, about that Goldsmith, I thought he'd be in Burke's Peerage or Who's Who. Doesn't he belong in the House of Lords? But also his sister, Jemima Khan, of Imran Khan fame. Very interesting. Won't it liven the place up?
Wow, that's the most sexist thing I've ever heard in my life. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what you're saying's right. It's unelected, so it's like undemocratic. But
we've got to get rid of the House of Lords. It's absolutely ridiculous. What year is it? 2019. In 2019, we've still got the House of Lords. Can you believe that?
Unbelievable. But the 1911 constitutional crisis, they kind of you've got to Google that one. But
I certainly will do. Nothing of the sort. History? But, sir, homework, it's the weekend.
Yeah, sorry, Nick.
Right, OK. Don't ever do it again. Thanks a lot, Paul. 0345 6060 973. We have to get rid of the House of Lords. We have to get rid of the House of Lords. We have to get rid of the House of Lords. It's ludicrous that we've still got that. It's always one step forward in this country and two steps back while looking over our shoulder, gazing adoringly at the History Channel. For the one thing that we won. This text says, Priti Patel may be on the door to greet you at the Windsor Suite, as she has said regarding immigration that, quotes, the English Channel is like a door, and every door requires a door guardian. No, really, she actually said that, says Josh. Well, I'm not sure about that. Did she? I don't know. That may be fake news. God, in the back of my mind, it doesn't ever go away. I believe that he is going to be the next leader of the free world.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
And all that stands between him and that is the electorate.
I love the poorly educated.
We're doomed. 0345 6060 973. If you missed the beginning of the show, by the way, Trump's going to have a new book out for Christmas because that's what Jesus wants. Former US President Donald Trump is publishing a book. It's called Our Journey Together and is a collection of photographs during his time in the White House. Trump says his message is being heard bigger and better than ever. God, that's just so him. Bigger and my message is being heard better than ever. What on earth does that mean? He's shouting louder? His message. What is your message? Lock her up. And his political journey isn't over, he says. Well, yeah, just keep going in a straight line, Donny. Don't stop. Don't turn. Don't look back. Just keep on keeping on. As we wave you a fond farewell.
Bye-bye.
This text says the royal family is a $28 billion empire that pumps hundreds of millions into the UK economy. What? The royal family is a $28 billion empire? What does that mean? I'll just read ahead and see if any of this makes sense. First of all, it starts royal family, which is not the way to start a sentence, not as far as I am aware. Royal family is $28 billion empire that pumps hundreds of millions into UK economy. Boost to UK economy from Harry-Meghan wedding was at least $1 billion. Might be worth mentioning this before we criticise them. B in Bracknell, brackets, Indian man. What on earth does any of that mean? First of all, the royal family isn't valued in dollars. Second, they do not pump hundreds of millions into the UK economy. Please stop saying that. It isn't true. The tourists, they all come here. Well, guess what? The tourists aren't coming here. The tourism sector in this country has fallen flat in its face. So if that's the reason that we employ them and pour hundreds of millions of pounds a year all over them, then we should fire them because they're not doing a very good job. You can't have it both ways. You can either say that they're great for tourism, but only if tourism is still a thing, which it isn't. Tourism is doing worse in this country than any other major economy, as far as I'm aware. We are at the bottom of the list on that and so many other issues. But it's not because of Brexit. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that? Let's have Surrey. Jeff.
Jeff in Woking.
Yes, Jeff.
Hi, Nick. I share your concern about certain members of Parliament possibly losing their second or third jobs.
Yes.
With Bodger's proposals to cut down on additional jobs. But
right.
Help is on hand.
Is it?
In the form of Ian Douglas Smith.
Right. Ian middle name Smith.
Yes, yeah. Well, he came up with a scheme which I believe is still in effect called Universal Credit for folk who have fallen on hard times.
Right.
Any MP, feeling the pinch a little bit, being only able to do one job, they could apply for universal credit.
Good idea.
And not only that, there are 2 million vacancies in the country for various jobs. They're more than welcome to apply for those.
Yeah, they could work in an abattoir, perhaps.
But please, for goodness sake, Nick, don't do away with the House of Lords because Bodger's younger brother, as you know, has been recently appointed there, young Joe, and he would find himself on universal credit himself.
Right.
Let's have a heart. Let's a little bit of passion, a little bit of compassion into the debate tonight.
You are quite right. I didn't think things through. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Rest my faith.
Thanks for setting me straight there, Jeff. This text says, hi, Nick. If Trump puts his photos in a new book, if he puts them in the right order, does he get extra points?
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Can you believe it? More than a quarter of Tory MPs have second jobs with the firms whose activities range from all sorts of shady and crooked-sounding escapades. Not quite the word I was going for, but that's the one that presented itself to me. Oh, blimey. You think of some dodgy business and they're making money out of it. Or as Number 10 would say, nothing to see here. The Register of MPs' interests show that more than 90 out of 360 Tories have extra jobs on top of their work in Parliament. And shall we assume that there's actually much more than that? It's just that those are the ones that haven't found a loophole that they can abuse to stay within the rules while staying outside the rules. Because that's the refrain that you hear so many times. Oh, but everything was done according to the rules. That just means that the rules allow them to get away with absolutely anything they blooming well like. So that's an excuse. Oh, but it was all done according to the rules. Right. 90 out of 360 have admitted. The highest earner, Andrew Mitchell, MP for Sutton Coldfield, who made £182,600 for 34.5 days' work in a variety of financial advisory roles. That's £5,300 a day.
What?
£5,300 a day, which is considerably more than the already quite high £450 a day that MPs get for supposedly acting in the interest of us poor dopes who pay taxes. They're part-timers, MPs. Who knew? Geoffrey Cox, the former Attorney General, is making around £1 million a year as a Brian Blessed impersonator. Paw! Tone it down a bit, Geoffrey. You got deaf people telling you you're too loud. Chris Grayling, the former Transport Secretary, earning £100,000 a year from Hutchison Ports, which sounds like they're in transport. Chris Grayling, the former Transport Secretary. John Redwood, a former Welsh Secretary, is earning more than £230,000 working for a private equity firm based in Wales. Oh, no, that's Alan Cairns, a former Welsh Secretary. He acts as an advisor to a Wales-based global diagnostics company. I don't know where the private equity firm that John Redwood works for are based. They're probably based, or they exist as a cloud. A cloud of mist. Leanne Fox, a former Trade Secretary, has a £10,000 contract with World PR, a Panama-based public relations company, which sounds like a long way away to base a PR company in, doesn't it? I mean, is it just me, or does a Panama-based public relations company sound a bit counterintuitive? A PR company in Panama. Okay. Of course there are loopholes. Of course there are. That's why they can always say, but everything was done according to the rules. You can own shares in a company, and you don't have to reveal how much of your shares have increased in value, even if they have done so because of the actions of the government that you are a part of. What a wizard wheeze, eh? 2 Tories have jobs linked to the gambling industry. Bet nah. More than 30 MPs have jobs that could be considered a direct political consultancy. Dozens more have lucrative board seats and advisory council jobs that are likely to involve giving political advice. Some are also earning money through personal service companies, an arrangement that can help lower their tax bills. Or, as number 10 would say, nothing to see here.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It comes as research from Savanta Comres found that almost half of UK adults that expressed a preference oppose MPs being allowed to have a second job alongside their role in Parliament, with just 1 in 5 supporting it. 1 in 5. Wow, that's 30%. It's ridiculous. Of course they shouldn't have second jobs, for crying out loud. Is being an MP, is running the country not job enough? And who are the 20%, by the way, the 1 in 5? Who are those people that said, oh, no, it's perfectly all right? Do they get the news where they live? Richard Bergen, the former Shadow Justice Secretary, said MPs should not be lining their pockets by moonlighting in other roles. And it's especially outrageous when it's happening during a public health crisis, he said.
Correct.
Like it needed saying. Of course. I think the public health crisis was probably the best time for a politician to make money at any time outside the war. I mean, if you are a friend of a government minister and you have not recently increased your bank balance by an 8-figure sum, well, you either aren't trying that hard or you lost your phone, got a new number and you haven't told everyone yet. And the excuse they give for all this is that people must have outside interests, otherwise we won't be able to attract the best people to be in government. Well, here's a novel thought. If this lot are the best people, maybe we should go ahead and ban all outside earnings and just see what the second best people are like. I mean, they couldn't be much worse, could they?
I can't comment on that.
Islington, hello, James.
Good evening. Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'd just like to know. I'd just like to know. I mean, it seems to be like a thing that's been known about for ages. Politicians absolutely living off the back of taxpayers who work excuse my language, their nuts off to provide a better lifestyle for themselves, just to be absolutely taking the nick out of. But I mean, why is nothing ever done? I mean, it's ludicrous to me that these people, I mean, you know, it's scandalous what they get away with. I mean, you know, you'll get maybe an old age pensioner who will go and maybe forget to pay for a Swiss roll and get 6 months in jail. It just seems ludicrous to me. It really does.
Fish roll. Fish roll. Where did that come from?
I mean, you know, for example, just an example, Nick. I'm just saying, it's scandalous, the injustice of it all, isn't it? I mean, really.
It's almost as though
why nothing gets done.
It's almost as though it's one rule for them and one rule for everybody else. But that couldn't possibly be true. Not in modern go-ahead Britain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, unless we're all absolutely blind I mean, it's just ludicrous for me. It really is. I mean, I don't know. It's just so annoying for me. I mean, you know, we all work, or most of us work very hard. You know.
Yeah. Work your socks off, as you previously described. Yes, your socks off. Yes, that's what you said. Mm-hmm.
Just to get bled dry. Just to get bled dry for it, and for no results at all.
James, the people knew what they were voting for. Apparently, that's what I've been told over and over and over again. So this is what the people want. We must obey the will of the people.
Correct.
Is anybody having second thoughts? Anybody having buyer's remorse yet?
No.
No, they're still sticking with it, James. Thanks a lot, mate. A fish roll, you say? What's a fish roll? Like fish in a roll? That doesn't sound... Seems like an odd choice, doesn't it? Burger in a roll, yes. Sausage in a roll, of course. Cheese? Cheese and pickle and lettuce and cucumber. Ooh, I could eat that right now. But fish in a roll. Actually, they do fillet of fish, don't they? So that's not too insane. But it would have to be something that doesn't look like fish. Like, you don't want heads and bones and all of that. I prefer my fish to be square, breaded and in a box, with instructions on the outside. I don't want it to look as though it was ever part of an actual fish. And I feel the same way about meat, too. I mean, when you think about where it comes from, then you think, ooh, I mean, rump steak, really?
Disgusting.
Which part of the animal's that come from, then, eh? And I maintain my position that I've been disseminating on this show for a good long while. If we all had to take the bits from the animal to make our dinner, every single one of us would be vegetarian right now. Oh, do you hear what George Useless said the other day about abattoirs? I'll come to that in a minute. The hits just keep on coming.
Rock and roll!
It is. It's a wonderful time to be alive, ain't it?
No,
not really. It's an interesting time to be alive. That is absolutely true. This text says these MPs can't survive on 80 grand a year. It's shaken my faith. Pray for them. Yeah, because God will stop whatever he, she, or it is doing, and pour some money all over them. It's not just 80 grand a year either. I think it's like 87, something like that, and it's not even that. It's £87,000 a year plus over £250,000 in expenses.
What?
£250,000. I think it's up to. I did the maths earlier on. I did actual mental arithmetic. Can you believe that?
No.
And I figured it out. There was something of the order of £450,000 a year if they avail themselves of every opportunity. And of course they will avail themselves of every opportunity because that's the kind of people they are. I think they're pulling in about 400,000 a year because they get to claim for this and they get to claim for that, a new iPod, a new phone, and a taxi ride here and a meal there, and a holiday and a free stay in the Windsor suite. And it just goes on and on and on, and they keep complaining about it.
Stop whining.
Just whining about how little it is, and they're finding it hard to get by with only 3 houses, all of which we're paying for. We don'ts who pay taxes.
Hi, mate. You okay, Nick?
Yes, super. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I always agree with you, and I am agreeing with you to a certain point about MPs having other jobs, yeah? But yeah, big wobbly butt, as you would say, yeah? Yes. Okay. Not all MPs are crooked, okay? They tend to be the front benches on one certain party at the moment, yeah? Now, someone like Ian Duncan Smith, he didn't study biochemistry or anything like that, or things about germs, yeah? So he's on the board of a company that sells sanitizers, yeah?
Sanitizers?
Yeah.
Sanitizers? What, like the stuff you squirt in your hand? That?
Yeah. That kind of, he's been squirting in his hands for a long time, he has, the sanitizer, yeah?
Some sanitizers, they just produce too much. Like you go into a shop or your doctor's place and they say, did you sanitize your hands on the way in? And you say, no, I forgot. I went straight past that stand. And they say, oh, well, I'll just give you some. And they squirt it in your hand, and it's like a swimming pool full of and you just keep rubbing it and rubbing it and rubbing it. It doesn't go anywhere. And you're shaking your hands and splattering the floor either side of you. There should be some sort of... get Ian Duncan Smith on the phone right now, because there should be some sort of standard amount that gets squirted in your hands. I am serious.
And if you squirt it on your trousers in the wrong place, it makes you look as if you've wet yourself or something.
Right,
yeah?
okay. Yeah.
So, on a case like that was pretty straightforward. Yes, he was taking a backhander, yeah?
No, wait, back up. What? A backhander?
Corporate hospitality, that's what Boris Johnson has. Right? It's not a bung.
What do you mean?
Okay?
What do you mean corporate hospitality?
Like, if I say to you, Nick, I want to appear on your show every week, but I've got a villa in Spain, you're quite welcome to use it whenever you want.
Really? How many rooms has it got?
Corporate hospitality.
What's the view like? Does it have a pool? Is there a chef?
There's a chef, there's ladies at night, ladies of the night if you want, anything else you want, stuff like that.
Well, it sounds like a rather insalubrious location to me. Ladies of the night? It's a no from me. I want to go on holiday, not get a sexual disease. Can you believe that? Try and sort yourself out there, Ranjit. If you want to throw around accusations, do it on your show, not mine. Please disregard everything that bloke just said. This says, hi, Nick. I hope you're well and happy. Starmer missed a trick last week. Keir Starmer. If I were him, I would have kicked out the 12% of Labour MPs utilising the MP rental money-making scheme immediately. I heard the other 88% were Tories. Oh, what a surprise, says Kay Harding. Are you surprised?
No.
Not really, no. And neither are we surprised that this change in the rules isn't actually going to be a change in the rules at all. It's another one of these I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Fewer than 10 MPs are likely to be affected by Boris Johnson's proposed rule changes on second jobs. Fewer than 10 MPs are likely to be affected by Boris Johnson's proposed rule changes on second jobs. This is the rule change. He's like, oh, okay, I give in. We understand the public's ire, and we are definitely going to do something about that. No, of course they're not. On Wednesday, MPs voted to back Downing Street plans to restrict outside rules, to restrict outside work to, quotes, reasonable limits. Which is as meaningless a phrase as has ever been put to paper. Reasonable limits. I mean, who decides what the word reasonable means? And who hires the people to do the deciding as to what the word reasonable means? It's not the dear leader by any chance, is it? And exactly how are they going to police that, by the way? How are they going to police what reasonable means, and how long an MP does work on this or that? How are they going to police that? I mean, they're going to have every MP mic'd up at all times just to make sure that nothing valuable slips out by mistake when they're picking up their checks. I mean, it's not as if a company that pays an MP hundreds of thousands of pounds actually wants anything back for that. Of course not. It's not like being a donor to the Conservative Party, which seems to pay off like you've won the blooming lottery over and over and over again. These are individual MPs, not the party, so there is no suggestion that an MP would take money and then do favours for the company that is paying them, using the power that we poor dopes who pay taxes have gifted them. But it doesn't really matter one way or the other, because analysis of the rule changes suggests that their impact on the 99 MPs who have second jobs would be severely limited, with only a handful of MPs even affected. And that's this regime in a nutshell. I mean, we aren't crooked, and even if we are, we'll change the rules to make it just as easy to be crooked in the future. Anything that we have done in the past that you might think is wrong, we will change the rules to make it right. Problem solved. It's incredible what's going on, isn't it? The Cabinet Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan suggested the changes could mean a restriction on paid outside work, limiting it to fewer than 20 hours a week. Now, a 20-hour weekly limit on outside work would only cover one person. One would be affected by that. Geoffrey Cox, the former Attorney General, whose main outside work was bellowing for the British Virgin Islands, for which he was paid £400,000 a year for 40 hours a month. What? A 15-hour weekly limit would conceivably cover Dan Poulter, a Tory MP who works as a doctor, and Andrew Morrison, a Tory MP who works as a naval reserve surgeon. So if it was a 15-hour week, that would catch just 3 people, 2 of whom are working as doctoring. A 10-hour limit would drag in a few more MPs. John Redwood, former Cabinet Minister, been working 12.5 hours a week as chair of an investment committee of Charles Stanley, earning £48,220 a quarter. God, nice work if you can get it. But you can't, so don't ask. But none of that gets to the real issue, is that MPs can earn a fortune from companies that do not act in our interest by working either very few hours or no hours at all. Because many of these positions are pretend jobs. They just get a big bag of money for advice on swerving the law, or getting contracts that they want, and bleeding us dry in all manner of exciting ways. Where there's money, they will find a way. And most MPs working as consultants describe their work as advisors, offering strategic advice or business consultancy to private companies. Well, I'm sorry, but that sounds as bent as an £8 note. Either do the job you're getting paid for by us, or don't. Don't use the job we pay you for to crowbar yourself in with private companies who want to use the power that MPs have been given for their benefit, not ours. Oh, but this isn't a corrupt country. Of course not. Boris Johnson said so. This tweet says, so, IDS is being paid a fortune by a hand sanitising company. This is the same man who was... Oh, please. Now I have a vivid image of him doing that. Thanks a lot. He was doing something that most people enjoy in the privacy of their own home. Not on the benches with cameras pointing at you. I'm not going to read that. That's awful. Now I'm feeling ill. Thanks a lot, Susan. This says, our man in the Pacific. Now that we've got a minister for the Pacific, does this mean we can go and fish there? Yeah, Zach Goldsmith is what was it? The Minister for the Pacific. What does that mean? Let me make sure I've got my facts straight, because we only deal with the facts on this show.
Affirmative.
It's that's the weather. So many things to read. That's Donald Trump. Done him. Although he is the gift that keeps on giving. Lord Goldsmith is the Minister for the Pacific and the Environment. What does that involve exactly? I mean, really, what on a day-to-day basis? Precisely, what does that job involve? Just curious. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hi there.
Hello there.
I live right next to the Pacific. Maybe he'll rock up at my house at some point in time.
Well, it does sound like an opportunity to take a lot of foreign trips.
Yes. I'm not going to recommend Vancouver right now. We're a little bit wet. But I was just thinking, I don't know why they keep saying that MPs are taking second jobs, because I don't know about you, but if I've got two jobs and one pays me $400,000 or $500,000 a year, and the other one pays me £80,000 a year, the £80,000 a year job is the second job. The important one is the first one.
I don't think if I was being paid £400,000 by a company and $80,000 by another, I would be paying any attention at all to the company that's paying me $80,000, because who cares if I lose that job? I've got $400,000 coming in from my second one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not that MPs have a second job. The people of Britain have to realise that being the MP is the second job.
Yes, exactly. Precisely right. Yes, in a nutshell, yeah. And it's because they are surrounded by people who are better off than they are. Every time Bodger or any of these people, well, there's a few exceptions, like Smug, for instance. He is not often surrounded by people that are richer than he is.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
But most of them, when they go into a room of business persons who are, coining, like the CEOs who actually get to meet them, they'll be coining in millions of pounds a year. So they are frequently embarrassed by the amount of money that they have personally. So it doesn't seem to them like they're getting a lot. In fact, it seems to the average MP, I bet, that they're actually on a loser here, because everybody they meet is better off than they are. And you get detached from reality in that regard so quickly. And that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, we have 12 MPs in Canada that have other sources of income. 6 of them are lawyers, and they were lawyers before they were ever MPs.
Yeah, lawyers before they were liars.
I could sort of agree with that to some degree. Like if you had a job before you became an MP, that's not entirely shysty, that you maybe keep your toe in the trade until you leave and go back to it. And then the other 6 are guys that had companies of some sort, that they were their companies, family companies or what have you, and they maintained some kind of small working position in those companies.
Right.
And that's it. And that's because the rules here are, if it in any way involves you being an MP, you can't do the job. So, for instance, David Lammy in Canada would not be allowed to be on a radio, to have a radio show here, because it would be considered making money from your position as an MP, and you're not allowed to make any money here from your position as an MP.
Do you actually have the radio in Canada?
I'm not sure. I'd mostly listen to you guys, but I believe we do. It talks about hockey a lot.
Oh, well, then that's me out.
Big here.
Yeah. I can't imagine why, other than it's indoors and cold.
It's very fast and very violent.
I've tried to watch. I have tried to watch hockey, and it's impossible on the TV. Maybe you need a high definition set to be able to follow that puck, but how can anybody follow that game? It's impossible. There doesn't actually seem to be any game to it either. It's just people. It's like massive blokes in like comedy sponge suits, just skating into each other. What kind of a game is that?
if you go to an actual game and you sit down the front where the glass is and they hit the glass, it's like having a couple of rhinoceroses from the zoo attacking when the gorilla goes berserk and starts pounding. It's exactly like that experience. You shrink back, and occasionally the glass breaks and they just come over the top.
Yes, it's very odd. Like North American sports, because that is the same as it's like American football on ice, really, isn't it? Because you get enormous blokes, like the size of a refrigerator, and then you cover them in a plastic and foam and all of the rest of it, and then you get them to run into each other. Why don't you just not do the plastic and the foam and not run into each other would be better? Football, in fact.
Well,
have you thought about football?
They used to do it without the plastic and the foam, and they still ran into each other.
Yeah, right.
I can remember watching it before the plastic and the foam, because I've been here for 30 years now, and in the old days they did it without any padding, and it was just as brutal. And they also fought more, which was just sort of gone out of the game. They don't have fisticuffs on ice as much as they used to. That used to be a big part of the game back in the 1970s and 80s.
Yeah, which is why that most of them are toothless Canadians playing hockey. Yeah.
Yes, and unfortunately, most of them are not that bright afterwards as well. It's kind of like being a boxer; it doesn't leave your brain in good
being
condition.
hit in the head a lot, not too good for the brain. No. All right, thanks a lot, Nick. 0345 6060 973. This text says, "Hi, Nick. Without the £80,000 second job, they have no other job." Without the 80... Oh, that's right. If we weren't paying them to be an MP, they would not have the positions that they enjoy as their so-called second job. That's absolutely true. I mean, even the cabinet, which are supposed to be the brightest, the brightest of them all, they don't seem like they're picked from the intellectual elite, do they? I mean, I can't imagine that companies and millionaires and billionaires, financiers and the like, will be falling over themselves to employ any of those people were they not already employed by us in positions of power. That's the key, isn't it? They pretend like that their expertise is in great demand, but it isn't. The title that we have given them by electing them into office is in great demand, not them. They convince themselves that it's all about them, but it ain't. It's about the position, and the position is what we gave them. You believe that? I am stunned.
Hi, Nick.
Glenn.
Can I jump onto my soapbox at Speaker's Corner?
Of course.
I know, I'm sorry, I've got to do this, but the stench in Westminster is just absolutely killing me.
Awful.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Indeed. I've got to tell you a story about when I had my own business in the 80s, right? And let's say I was an unpaid tax collector for the government, you know. In fact, it was a Tory government even then. But anyway, that's another story. And I owed Mr. VAT man a couple of £1,000, and they came a chapping on my door for a couple of grand.
Yes.
And yet the Tory party right now, I mean, tens of thousands of pounds, and they're getting off with it. I mean, what the hell?
If you're a friend of the regime, as I said at the top of the show, and you have not increased your bank balance by an 8-figure sum, then you haven't been trying very hard.
Well, maybe I should sleep with a couple of Tory party members then, you know.
Well, I don't think you need to do that, Glenn. Just make a small donation.
A couple of £1 million.
A small donation pays off.
Sadly, Nick.
Pays off like winning the lottery. Thanks a lot, Glenn. I wish you the best of luck. This tweet from Benjamin says, "Hockey is brilliant. It's like boxing, but without the rules. If I want to see boxing, but without the rules, I'll just hang out at a pub on the Old Kent Road." This says, I'm having some cheese and onion crisps with my cat. Do cats eat cheese and onion crisps? I bet they probably do. I was wondering, when do you eat and sleep when you're doing your show? Mostly during. Thanks for asking. Do you have dinner before you start or after? Well, before. I mean, after. I get home like 2. Do you nap during the day? Occasionally. So many questions, but I'm intrigued as you are a creature of the night like a fox or a badger. Says Holly in Slough. All questions answered. Present and correct. Why doesn't that work? There it is. You have to hit it. It seems to be... the screen seems to be having a moment. Modern technology and aggression are not good bedfellows. But every now and again, you've got to bash it, innit? Brentwood. David.
Yes. Hi, Nick. Can I get a consultancy fee for recommending the Nick and Carol podcast?
A fee?
A fee, yes. As an MP would get.
Oh, right. Well, let me think about that.
No.
No.
No, okay. I just wanted to... I don't think, we're one of the less corrupt countries, what everyone thinks about this country. We are one of the less corrupt countries.
What, compared to who, though? Compared to, African dictatorships? Compared to Qatar, Oman?
Compared to the US, and I would say the European Union.
Oh, please, do me a favour. We have to be one of the most corrupt countries on the face of the earth, because... No. I'm not talking about what the MPs get away with. I'm talking about what this country does for a living, which is washing clean the international criminals' super rich, ill-gotten gains. That's what we do. The banks and the lawyers and the accountants and the estate agents all exist for that reason.
Well, okay, we could mention one or two banks, which I won't do, who deal in that. But I would just say there is systems in place in this country. I'm not going to defend MPs like Sir Geoffrey Cox or Owen Patterson. I think, the rules are in place to stop this abuse. There should be a limit.
What rules? What rules are in place? There are no rules.
No, don't be silly. There are rules. You're not allowed to lobby as an MP.
Yeah, that's the rule, but it doesn't stop them doing it, does it?
Well, no. Well,
exactly. So it's pointless. Having a rule that nobody obeys is pointless.
Well, no, it depends how you define lobbying. You can be a consultant, but you have to declare you're a consultant.
David, you can't possibly think that a company would give an MP tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of pounds and expect nothing in return.
Yes, I accept that, but you have to remember, when they stand up in Parliament and make a question on behalf of a company, they have to declare an interest.
That's not how it works, and you know it. They don't stand up in Parliament and declare their interest in a company. They just, by a nudge and a wink over a drink, and contracts are signed and directions are decided, and that's how it works.
Well, you might think that, but I mean, the reality is they all have to declare where they receive their income. I personally think we don't want professional MPs. I don't think people who join, come into Parliament from university, work as a researcher, then become what they call a SPAD, and then become an MP. I don't think those people are particularly useful. Not democracy. I think you do need people who have outside business interests. I mean, in years gone by...
But that system has delivered us this lot. Are you completely satisfied with the current regime? But that's the system that you're defending.
Well, I'm only defending it in terms of I think it should be policed better. I mean, I think there should be a limit on consultancy income. I think if you earn 80,000 as an MP, I think your limit should be half. So the maximum you could possibly earn as a consultant is 40,000.
Yeah, but there's so many get-outs and loopholes and ways around those kind of rules. So I'm not going to pay you in money. I'll pay you in shares, which you don't have to declare. Problem solved.
Well, I think those things, you say that. I'm not sure about that, but they should be.
It's true.
Policed. Well, okay, I'll take your word. I mean, they should be policed better. And I just think...
Yeah, but who's going to do the policing? Who polices? I mean, we haven't got the police to do the actual policing. Never mind about policing that lot. How are you going to police it? It's impossible. The system that we have is based on the decent chap system. Everybody expects everybody else to act like a decent chap. Well, we are long past that. That may have been the case when everything was in black and white, although I doubt it. But it certainly ain't the case now. David, I admire your faith against all the evidence, but I've got to go. This tweet from Jacqueline says, my cat loves cheese and onion crisps. She wakes up when she hears the packet open. Well, put this to her ear. Now what's she doing? This text from James, I bet cats actually really love cheese and onion crisps. I mean, thinking about it, you'd think that they'd be absolutely lip-smacking, loving it. Just like dogs like chocolate. It's very, very bad for them, apparently. Don't feed dogs chocolate. I wonder if cheese and onion crisps is actually part of a cat's natural diet. I doubt it. You know what I want right now? A bag of cheese and onion crisps. That's the power of advertising. Just say it over and over again, and suddenly you want it. I bet if we scoured the building, I bet Steve Allen has left a couple of packets of cheese and onion crisps in his wake. He trails snacks like you wouldn't believe. It's like somebody backs up a lorry full of snacks every time he enters the building, and it just pours through the door. It just washes through every floor in the place. There must be a couple of packets of cheese and onion crisps that he's secreted to somewhere about the place. This text says, this text from James says, their mates can run the independent oversight committees to, quotes, police them. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to be. Bodger will appoint somebody to police him. Because, that'll work. All done within the rules. This one says, every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered. And the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. And that's from 1984, George Orwell. We are living in 1984. Speaking of which, this is a thing about David Bowie. This says, this week somebody paid $500 million for David Bowie's back catalogue. Whatever happens to back catalogues? Do they ever see the light of day, or are they locked in a vault for eternity? Till now, I don't know the logic of such purchases, having never heard anything about the back catalogue sales from people like the likes of Michael Jackson, Elvis, or the Beatles. Perhaps you can explain, says Robert in Peterborough. Yeah, people sell their back catalogues because the person purchasing them makes a boatload of money by for hiring the music out to films and adverts. And also, it's hard to actually believe, but it is true. Millions of people, billions probably, have never heard Aladdin Sane. You believe that? They've never heard Diamond Dogs talking about 1984.
Rock and roll!
They've never heard Low, which sounds like the future even now. Low is 44 years old.
What?
44 years old, Low. Which means that there's two generations of people who have never heard that music. So they're going to want to buy it. Because if you grow up with, listening to Ed Sheeran and Kanye West... Whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop. It's going to blow your mind when you hear Aladdin Sane. There's people who think that Harry Styles is on the edge. Yeah, you wait till you hear David Bowie. That's the reason that they sell their back catalogue. I think Bob Dylan did it. Didn't Bob Dylan sell his back catalogue for $1 billion? Something like that. What's he going to do with $1 billion, Bob Dylan? I mean, once you've got one solid gold harmonica, what else are you going to spend the money on? Woolwich. Hello, Richard.
Hello.
Richard.
I don't know where everybody's getting these crisps from, actually, just as an aside.
Oh, that's right. There's a crisp shortage.
There's a huge crisp shortage. I went to my local supermarket tonight,
yes,
and there was not a packet on the shelf.
Now, the crisp aisle in a supermarket is usually the biggest aisle of all. I mean, often they have 2 aisles of crisps, and no other product gets 2 aisles. Partly because the crisps themselves take up such a large amount of space for the cost of the item, but mostly because that's what we love to eat more than anything else. It's part of your 5 a day, a bag of crisps.
Absolutely. they did have the posh crisp, you know, the sort of the gourmet crisp. So they're like 4 times the price of a standard packet of crisps.
The gourmet.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Oh, gourmet. Oh. Have you had tortilla chips? Because that's my favourite.
Actually, no. Maybe I should. Because they don't come from the European Union, maybe they have those in the supermarket.
Evil European crisps. No, we don't want that. No, tortilla chips. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to eat them. Put them out on a tray and put some tomato sauce all over them. And then grate some cheese on top. Pepper them with some of those little chilies that you get in a jar. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Thanks for that tip, Nick.
All
Nick,
right.
What I really wanted to just say is a kind of reflective point that I get angry every week. There are stories that come out every week about this government and about Bodger in particular, and the winter sweet is the latest one that makes my blood boil.
Yeah.
And my question is, what can we do with that anger? Other than calling LBC, and it seems to me that everybody's angry, but that's the winning card that this government have, because we're not organised and our anger is it's not going anywhere.
Right. They will try to direct that anger at other people. They're trying really hard to direct your anger at people in boats. And for those that haven't bitten on that particular issue, they will certainly try something else. The French are being mean to us, or it'll be feckless single mothers, or people gaming the universal credit system, or they'll try to make you angry about people below you on the ladder to distract you from the truth of it, which is that it's the people above you on the ladder that are pushing you down, rather than people beneath you pulling you down.
And how can people, though, buy it? I mean, you had the caller just on before the news, basically saying they're doing their best, basically. That's it. And mentioned Europe within 2 seconds of the conversation. So it always seems to be back to this kind of Brexit issue and... Brexit, as you say,
Brexit is the gift that will keep on giving for the regime as long as they keep it going as a news story. If they keep picking fights with France and then blaming France for being mean to us, then this will just run and run, which is the reason that I don't think they will ever settle Brexit. Brexit will never get done. They'll always be complaining, always whining that, Europe's being so unkind and they're being unreasonable. And, that's the reason why all of our Brexit promises haven't come true, is because the European Union are being mean to us because they're jealous. Nonsense like that. That will keep going forever. And the people will buy it because...
I love the poorly educated.
In a nutshell, Donny...
Yeah, it's a depressing time.
It is.
But what can you do?
Bottle that rage, Richard, and keep it at front of mind. Don't let it flip your wig. Don't let it blow your top off. But keep it in mind, because at some point, assuming that the regime doesn't take over and live in power permanently, at some point you will be able to vote one way or the other.
Good point. Yeah. In the meantime, I just see if I can get some crisps and comfort eat.
Yeah, well, that's a good plan there, Richard, and I wish you the best of luck. 0345 6060 973. On that subject, this text from Kath Theth. Onions are poisonous to cats and dogs.
What?
Are they? Yeah, but are there any onions in a cheese and onion crisp? I mean, are there? Really? Onion powder, but was any onion actually executed for the production of these crisps? Onion flavour, perhaps, but does that actually contain any real onion? I don't know. What are you asking me for? Anyway, she says, onions are poisonous to cats and dogs. I want a cheese and onion crisp butty now. Ooh, that sounds great. A cheese and onion crisp butty. Ooh, now that is top quality dining, that is. Now, you'd have to cut the crusts off, because you don't want to have the crusts get in the way of the crisp. Because there's only two textures that you want in your mouth on a cheese and onion butty. You want the soft white, and it has to be white bread. Don't even think about putting it in brown. White bread. Tasteless white bread, lots of butter, and cheese and onion crisps in the middle. I'm actually drooling. Look at me, I've got drool all down me now. I played Aladdin Sane very, very loudly on the balconies, and the other balconies cleared after the piano bit. Presumably you're talking about the song Time. Because there's a bit after the piano bit where he says, time is waiting in the wings, speaks of senseless things, his script is you and me, boy. And then he goes, disgusting. A little bit rude. Yeah, don't play that loud. Like I made the mistake of when I got New Boots and Panties by Ian Dury, playing this track on the second side of that. Oh, my goodness me.
Disgusting.
Awful.
Rock and roll!
What a bad man. 0345 6060 973. This is your producer's homework. You did this? He's nodding. Good. Nodding works on the radio. It says, all members of the onion family can cause problems if eaten in sufficient quantity. A small amount of onion or garlic in some sauce is not likely to cause problems. However, eating a clove of garlic or a green onion may cause digestive upset.
Oh, no.
Eating any type of onion on a regular basis could cause anemia. What, where you forget things? That's an actual fact. Onions make you forget things. Isn't this an educational show?
No.
Let's have Haringey. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Ben.
The Good Law Project spent many, many months trying to force the government to release the names of MPs that recommended firms that hadn't a clue what they were doing.
Right.
Giving them millions, squillions of pounds in contracts.
And they said, no, we can't do that. It's beyond our control. All of the information was on a phone and we lost it. The cat ate our homework, that sort of thing.
Well, they had to release it. They released it over the last couple of days.
Didn't they accidentally leak it?
No, well, the government wouldn't give the information a few months ago. Well, quite a few months ago.
Yes, but rather than release it, didn't they leak it, which sort of rather undermined the veracity of that information? Knowing that they had to release it, they then, I think, leaked it, and fewer news organisations will be prepared to publish something that has been leaked rather than released. Cute, I thought.
Well, I've seen nothing on the news programmes about it at all.
Right.
You'd think you would see that, because many people may have died because of that, because of using firms that hadn't a clue what they were doing, and not British firms that could actually do the job, and they're doing it for years.
Well, holding the government to account is not helpful. It's not what the people want. You are in fact an enemy of the people. By holding the government to account. You have to remember that, Ben.
Well, they have to have people like Matt Hancock or somebody like that actually recommended these firms and asked them why they did it, and did they get any payment for it, or what happened, or buy shares as you suggested earlier.
Unfortunately, all of that information was all of those deals were conducted on burner phones. And they threw them away. So we've got no further information. Apologies.
Well, the other one is the pandemic, because 10,000 people have died since they opened the schools, and nobody bothers. We're quite comfortable with that.
It's only a lot of Ben. It's only a lot of dead people. I mean, let's not get carried. It's not serious or anything. Let's not get carried away.
I'm amazed that actually people are accepting that and they're just getting on with their life and not wearing masks and not
the stuff that's going on
everything
is really quite jaw-dropping. I mean, it's just an amazing time to be alive, isn't it? Assuming that we live long enough, we can, in the future, look back and say, we lived through that.
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. This says, I'm anemic. I keep forgetting to take my iron tablets, says Kath. Yeah, I looked it up in a dictionary. Anemic means that you can't remember things. At least that's what I recall. This text says, why do you say Ibiza so weirdly? There's no worse way of saying it, says Lucas in Twickenham. That's because that's the reason that I say it like that, because it's the worst way to say it. Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to Ibiza. Gonna go mental. Email from Jerry says, what nonsense they stick on food packaging. Do people have to put their hands into hot oil to make hand-cooked crisps? Do hands ever touch them until they get eaten? Hand-cooked crisps. What's a hand-cooked crisp? How can you have a hand-cooked crisp? What's that rumbling? Either an army is doing manoeuvres above us, or there's or Santa has arrived early. And Donna and Blitzen and all of the rest of them that I can't remember right now are making a heck of a racket. Keep it down, Santa. Trying to do a show here. This says, have you ever seen outdoor reared pork sausages slithering around in green fields before being caught in nets and packaged up? Can you really eat a snack bar? What are you talking about? Is this you doing this? Is this where's your microphone? None of these are working. None, huh? Speak. There. Is this you writing this?
What?
What? You see what I have to deal with? It's amazing that I can produce such a professional and polished programme. This text from Jack says, have you considered that the reason there is a shortage of crisps is because the Tories have decided that it's a commodity they can short and make money out of? Can you imagine if a few Tories with farmhouses full of Walkered crisps were getting ready for the inevitable increase in price? Oh my God, they're shorting crisps now. I saw something that said that we as a nation eat 2 packets of crisps per person per, is it day or week? Either way, it still seems quite a lot. I mean, I don't eat crisps hardly at all ever. I eat tortilla chips, but that's different. That's a health food. Particularly as I've described it. And basically, it's like a pizza. I'm not saying I'm obsessed with pizzas, but if I could eat pizza morning, noon and night, 7 days a week, I'd do it. So in the absence of a pizza, you take tortilla chips and you spread them on a tray. And then you put tomato sauce all over them, and then cheese on top. And like I said before, I'm repeating myself, aren't I? As I often do after I've eaten what I'm describing. Repeat myself frequently.
Disgusting.
Have to walk outside, just to clear the air. Put those chopped up chilies on top, whack it in the oven. And that's the part that I missed before. You've got to put it in the oven so the cheese melts, all bubbly and sticky and gooey and nice. And you can thank me later. This text from Jack says, have you considered that... No, I've read that. Text from Helen. No, I've read that. Oh, my God, I'm doing extremely well. I am way ahead of schedule. I've got no idea what I'm doing, but I certainly am doing it quickly. This text says, as well as onions being seriously bad for dogs and cats, it's the high salt factor, which is also horrendous. Your cat's kidneys, if fed salty food, will pack up early. So if you love your cat, please no salt. I know what I'm talking about, says Lucy in the Wirral. Donald Trump's bringing out a picture book. Melania will not be included.
I don't care.
Not remotely bothered. This text from Waz in Derby says, I keep finding earwigs in my house. What should I do? Get UB40 on the phone. They need to re-record that song. There's earwigs in my house. What am I going to do? Yeah, I find earwigs in my place as well. I pick them up in a tissue and stick them in the bin. I don't know where they come from. Out the ground, probably. And it's just all sorts. Those little wood... I don't know about earwigs. What's the difference between an earwig and a woodlouse? Woodlice. Woodlouse? Anyway, creepy, crawly things. All over the blooming place. Wet a tissue with water, and by that method you can pick them up. Because if you try and pick them up with a dry tissue, then you don't know whether you got them or not, and you open the tissue and then they fall on the ground, and then you have to go through the whole process again. Plus, they cop a look at who you are, and they, they determine to get you later. Crawl into your ear and lay eggs while you're asleep. I probably shouldn't have said that. Right. Not a good thing to say at this moment when people are considering sleeping. Sorry about that. I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I am apologetic. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Did you notice this week, sort of hidden under the other news, that Boris has riddled out of another situation because he's been deemed not to have broken the rules over not declaring his £25,000 a week holiday in Spain on MPs. He's declared it on ministers, and he's got round it by saying that Zach Goldsmith is a lifelong friend.
Yes.
Therefore, it wasn't political.
Right.
Now, the problem we've got with this is that the commissioner who looked at that is purely looking on one basis. So if he is okay to do that, then what he's saying is that is entirely because he's an old friend, not political. And Zach Goldsmith, who tried to be an MP twice, failed, tried to be London Mayor once, failed. And therefore, he gets a place in the House of Lords. He's ennobled him. Well, if he's ennobled him because he's a genius and he's brilliant at politics, then he's broken the rules on appointing people to the House of Lords if it's purely on the basis of being an old friend, or alternatively, it's a political appointment, a political situation that he's taken the holiday in Spain.
Yeah, the problem with the problem with the defence that it was an old friend is that it was logged as a benefit in kind from the Goldsmiths, not Zach Goldsmith singular, the Goldsmiths plural, as far as I'm aware, which means that it's outside the rules. Bodge can't claim that it was just a mate doing him a favour.
Well, I understood that was the case, but the sort of funny side of this was that it was either Ben or Theo who were explaining this during the week, and they read out the description of the villa as advertised at $25,000 a week. And apparently it has beautifully manicured lawns and surroundings. Well, what the hell is Boris doing in beautifully manicured surroundings? You would think that would be absolutely apparent to him.
Maybe they should beautifully manicure Boris Johnson. Would be a good idea.
When you went to the Polish War Memorial, they look like something. If your appearance is dragged through edge backwards, what are you doing going to look beautifully manicured?
Showing his deep respect by showing up looking like Benny Hill. Yeah. Terrible.
Absolutely. The second point I wanted to make was that Priti Patel tried to hide our immigrants in Rwanda and failed. She tried to hide our people in Albania.
Yeah.
And then it's emerged that we were going to pay $100,000 per person to Albania.
Yes.
Well, if you caught people on the French beaches and said, here's $100,000, sod off. In fact, you said to me, I'll give you $100,000 if you'll go to Ireland, I would take that up, no problem at all.
Yeah, I would snatch that money out of your hand.
Yeah, so where is she coming from?
I don't know. Maybe we should send her to Albania. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, that was a big scheme. Oh yeah, we're going to take all of those refugees, and we're going to send them to Albania. One small detail: they didn't actually ask Albania, and Albania thought about it for 2 seconds and said,
No, 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 no.
Yeah, they said no. It's a no from us, but thanks for thinking of us, said Albania. Glasgow. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick.
Steve.
I think I've got to listen to the second job conundrum for MPs, if you don't mind me suggesting something.
Sorry, say that again.
I think I've got a suggestion, a solution to the second jobs for MPs.
Go ahead. Right.
I say they can keep their second jobs. Absolutely, keep the second jobs all they want, but in the interest of levelling up and being in it all together, I think it should have the same system as those people who are on universal credit. And that any extra pound they make above their wage is taxed at 60%. So any extra money, and it comes off their main wage. So they can earn as much as they want. But if we're all in it together and we're all one big happy family, as we are, they should get the same treatment as those people who are on universal credit. Every pound you make above your wage, 60% goes off your main wage. And we'll see how long it takes them.
But unfortunately, that would mean that they are subject to the same rules as the rest of us, poor dopes who pay taxes. So that won't work because they're not. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good thinking. Thanks a lot, Steve. 0345 6060 973. I don't think they should be allowed second jobs because unless they came to Parliament with a job already, like if they were a doctor, I guess you should let them get away with being a doctor. Not working for a medical company, like a private health insurer, no. A doctor, if you are a GP, then I suppose you could do like 3 days a week as a GP and, try your best to be an MP. But these people that come to a position of power through our good grace and then start picking up jobs left, right and centre, which are suspiciously close to what they are actually in charge of, which department they're in charge of. Or even if they're not in charge of any department, it doesn't really matter. If they've got Bodger's ear or the ear of, senior civil servants, whoever it might be, and just with a nod and a wink, or here's a suggestion that this company might be good for this and that and the other. I mean, that's how the PPE scandal emerged. Everyone was doing, how about this company? I mean, okay, they've only been in operation for 3 hours, and all they have to their name is a telephone and a desk. And they're working out of, he or she is working out of their mum's basement. But why not give them a contract for £130 million to provide medical equipment that they have no experience in? Sure, that makes perfect sense. So if they come to a position of power, because we put them there, and then they start to collect all these jobs, you got 10 grand from this job, and these aren't jobs, actually. Let's not kid ourselves. You don't get 10 grand for working for an organisation for 1 hour a month. That's not a job. That's a pretend job. And the quid pro quo is that you put forward the name of this company for them to reap the benefits of the money that they're paying you. If you can make 10 grand, you're paying to an MP into £100 million for a contract to provide PPE, then that sounds like you've won the lottery to me. So they shouldn't be able to have any of those jobs because they only have them because they're an MP. All of that work that they get after they become an MP should not count. At most, you should be able to continue in some small way a job that you have when you become an MP, but you should not be able to acquire jobs once you have become an MP. Did any of that make sense? Did to me. 0345 6060 973. This text says, we used to call woodlice granny greys. They're the ones that look like corrugated tubes in industrial machines or the back of tumble dryers, says Marielle from Swansea. Yeah, I think describing them isn't actually helping. People are trying to forget all that. You're not helping there, Marielle. Yeah, but they just come and they come and they come. It's like there must be dozens of them in nature. 20 at least out there, burrowing their way in to crawl across the carpet. Idiots. This text from Patrick says, well done, Boris. It's looking a lot like you've scrapped the only section of HS2 serving any purpose. Now all we're left with is a shiny toy train joining the heart of the nation's capital with a windswept frontier outpost in the middle of nowhere. Imagine your delight stepping off the train onto a vandalised, unlit platform shelter stuffed with needles and broken glass and pee. Which station is that? He says, the Tory party, the gift that keeps on giving, says Patrick in Guildford. That whole thing is just, it stinks to high heaven. Everything about that HS2, it's just wrong. I mean, for a start, by the time it's finished, it's going to be ancient technology. What's the point? People aren't going to offices like they used to anymore. They're not travelling from Birmingham to London to go on business meetings. They just aren't. We got Zoom for that. Who's Zooming who? Everybody these days. Get Aretha Franklin on the phone and she'll explain it to us.
Rock and roll!
It's pointless. And as for joining up and, making this, our transport system all joined up and logical, do you not have to get on a train at, it's something crazy, like if you wanted to go from Manchester to Paris, which is not an unreasonable trip to take, do you not have to go from Manchester to Leeds, and then in Leeds, it doesn't arrive in the Leeds main station, it arrives in another station, which is some way away. So you've got to get out of the train, then get out of the station, and then go to another station in the same town, and then take the train to a station in London that's not the station in London that you get the train to Paris on. So you've got to get out of the station in London and walk to another station in London and then get the train, and that takes you to Paris. If it's that nuts on the other side of the channel, I'll eat my shoes. There you are, I've said it. This tweet from said, Nick, did you see Johnson at his liaison review? He's reviewing the situation. He said he conceded that the Conservatives had to sell titles for donations, but they did it because the unions donate to Labour. He did actually say that, yeah. For one brief, shining moment, Bodger told the truth. Can you believe that?
No.
No, it's hard to believe, but it actually happened. Yeah, he admitted it out loud, that the Conservatives have to sell titles for donations because the unions donate to Labour. Here's the difference between the few very, very rich people that give the Conservatives all of their money and the Labour Party relying on the unions. The few millionaires and billionaires that give money to the Conservative Party are doing so for their own interests, them personally. There's only about a dozen of them, something like that. That's where they get all their money from, about a dozen people. So it's something like that. So a dozen people will fund a political party for the interests of those dozen people. On the other hand, the Labour Party gets their money from mostly the unions, who represent millions of people. Which system do you prefer? Select. This text says, I get a lot of millipedes in my house and lots of very large spiders, which I like, says Stephen. Please stop talking about that stuff. People don't like it. This tweet from... I don't know, I've read that one. Yeah, I mean, it was priceless, actually, because it was almost like an unguarded moment. He flat out admitted it. Conservatives have to sell titles for donations. It's almost like it's like a thief is apprehended by the law, and they say, well, I had to steal it because they wouldn't give it to me. Case closed. Please move along. Let's have Southampton. Simon.
Nick, good evening.
Simon.
Have you been levelled up yet? Just checking.
Not yet, no.
Oh, right, okay. Well, we'll have to try again tomorrow.
Yes.
I've got three things for you. Absolute poetry, the first one. Charlie Elphick, I've just read in the news that he's now on universal credit.
Right.
Ex-Tory minister. Just done his bit of bird for being naughty. He's now come out, he's unemployed, he's on universal credit, and he's having trouble making ends meet. An ex-Tory minister now on universal credit.
Okay.
That's perfect. That is perfect. I hear, and this is only me saying I hear, that Johnson has been saying to people that he's got buyer's remorse over his new wife.
Well, now, come on. Where do you hear that? You're making it up.
No, I heard it on... I've heard it from a couple of places. I have heard it on the radio. Not this fine station.
Right.
But thing is, it's more than believable, isn't it, really?
Well, I mean, if any of his past or future wives think that they are the ones to change his behaviour, well, I wish them the best of luck.
Yeah. Well, that's that. And I don't expect you to comment on this.
Yeah.
But Andrew Marr.
Yes.
I hope he's taking the weekends to slot between 1 and 4.
10 and 1.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Nick.
Okay, thanks, Simon. 0345 6060 973. Text from Chris says, I think that we need to bring back masks on buses in shops and in schools. I think we are heading for a lockdown Christmas. At least schools won't close again, or will they, as the government has done very little to improve ventilation, scrap masks, etc., says Chris in Stubbington, if indeed there is such a place. Yeah, people don't do masks anymore. I think as a nation we just thought, oh, forget that. I'm not going to do that again. I don't want to, and you can't make me. What's really alarming is that even though when you walk around outside, I was talking to Zora Suleiman about this earlier on, our excellent newsreader, who was otherwise engaged this evening, and it doesn't seem like we've still got a pandemic going on when you walk around outside. But then, of course, it wouldn't, because anybody that's ill is not going to be walking around outside. They'll be at home or in hospital. So I guess in that respect, it never did seem like we had a pandemic, apart from the bit where we were all forced indoors. Then that was like a sci-fi movie, driving around London when there was nobody in the streets. It was just bizarre, about in early 2020. But other parts of Europe are closing down, and Austria and the Netherlands. Very, very upset in Rotterdam. Rotterdam it. And it's hard to believe that won't happen here, or whatever problems that they are suffering aren't going to also be suffered here, because, because of everything.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Because of the excellent and professional way in which they've dealt with this. What with the contact tracing.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Bodge. You're never going to get it. So whatever happens there, it seems likely that it's going to happen here too, but it just doesn't seem as though it will from wandering around, because it's, when you walk around the streets, you go to pubs and restaurants and so on, it's like it's over. It's actually like it never happened. We better not get too comfortable with our newfound freedom, because it could be whipped away from us at any moment. Whipped. Let's have a call in Newport. Bob.
Hello.
Yes, Bob.
I hate to bring up politics on your show, but I'd just like to mention, right, what I hate is that they call in this sleaze.
Yes.
At the moment,
a horrible
Tory
word.
Sleaze.
Sleaze.
And when it's actual theft from the working man.
It's more complicated than that. It's much worse than theft. If it were only theft, then that would be one thing. But it's worse than theft.
Well, it's lower than the low, isn't it?
Yes.
But what I'd like to mention also is I believe that these politicians will go down in history as the most corrupt that we've ever had in charge of us.
I think they'll go down in history as the worst regime that we've ever had. The worst prime minister, the most provably corrupt, perhaps. Because I'm sure other governments were equally corrupt, but it was all a bit
I know,
covered
but this blatantly corrupt.
Yes, they do seem to be rubbing our faces in it.
Don't they? And I hope they remember how Italy fell. You know. Rome, you know, and that, okay.
Right.
Good night, my friend.
All
Good
right,
night, Nick.
Thanks a lot, Bob. He does love quoting Latin at us, likes to remind us of his Eton education at every moment. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Absolutely. Over and over and over again. Oh, I went to Eton. Did I tell you? Yes, Bodge, about 1 million times. Tell us something about Prometheus again. This says, text from Jan. What kind of cheese do you put in your tortilla chips? Excellent question, Jan. Whatever I've got in the fridge. A strong cheddar, I recommend. This one from Anonymous. I get a lot of text from this anonymous person. It's like just over and over and over again. Hi, Nick. Getting a bit worried about your diet. Have you had a cholesterol check lately? Or what with that cheese and pizza? It's a health food. Don't worry about it. This text from Noel says, Boris has allegedly made the comment buyer's remorse in reference to his wife. It was an article in The Spectator. Right. Well, like I said, I mean, I imagine that every one of his wives has thought, I'll be the one to change him. He won't do those sort of shenanigans under my watch. And how's that gone, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yes. Never mind, eh? I'm looking forward to the point at which he comes back to number 10 and all of his clothes have been thrown out the window, lying on the street there with a police person guarding them. Actually, most of the time, he looks as though he has picked clothes up from the street and just put them on. It's part of his act. You know, his Just William act.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
His Gosh, who, me act. Wearing really thin. This email from Alex says, genuine question. Do lords in House of Lords dress and undress themselves, or do they have personal butlers and valets? Maybe I'm watching too much Downton Abbey. Yeah, I think any amount is too much Downton Abbey, isn't it? It's like a meal of pudding. You can have too much pudding. I think that's probably true. It's as true as you can have too much gel in your hair.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Thanks, Donny. Thanks for the tonsorial advice. I always think that, if you want to get advice about hair, go to Donald Trump. Hey, I do another podcast other than this one. This show gets put out as a podcast. You know that, right? Oh, yeah, we take the ads and the news out. It takes less time to listen to. You'll use less electricity, and you won't have to sell a kidney to pay your fuel bill. It's called Nick Abbott The Whole Show, but there's also one called the Nick Abbott Habit, which is of old shows. It's like a best-of clips of old shows. 30 minutes long, and I think you'll find it to be concentrated amusement. You'll love it. Ask for it by name or on an internet near you. Nick Abbott Habit. Or just do a internet search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcasts, and all three will come up as though by magic. This tweet from Phil says, yes, we have the worst government in history, but things could be worse. There's surely something in the water in the USA. At least the flag wavers here aren't allowed to walk down the street with an AR-15. Yeah, that kid got off. I mean, who could see that coming, apart from everybody that heard everything that judge said? And like I said earlier on, you know, if a black guy had walked through the crowd anywhere in America with a military assault weapon and had started shooting people, then do you think that it would have had the same outcome? He wouldn't have gone to court to be tried because he would be freshly dead right now. This tweet from Paulasaurus says the latest US election poll has Trump leading the way. Seriously, I don't think I can put up with another 4 years of his noise. It's going to be a little hard to drown him out, yeah. I think this never mind about America, this entire planet has jumped the shark. If this was a show, it should be cancelled and replaced with something better. Unfortunately, we're stuck with it. Idris, Kensington.
Hello, Mr. Nick. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, yeah, my immigration crisis. What is so difficult for this government to be little bit human, not massively human, just a little bit human?
Yeah.
Bring these people, put them in a camp, yeah, study them, whoever deserves.
Study them? Wait a minute.
Yeah, study their case.
Where's this going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying, to study them, study their case, whether they deserve asylum.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If they deserve to stay here, give them their rights.
Yes.
If they don't, send them to their country's origin.
Right.
Why
Albania.
is so difficult? Yeah, if they're from Albania, send them to
Albania, yes.
Yeah, or Rwanda, or Morocco.
That makes perfect
whatever.
sense to me. What they're still trying to pretend that we have taken back control of our borders.
Absolutely. Don't we need more stuff for the farms and for this and for that? There is an opportunity.
Bingo.
There is an opportunity.
Of
Yeah,
course.
absolutely.
People want to come here and work, and we have a lot of jobs that need doing by the kind of people that want to come here and work. Yeah, that we don't want to do. We lazy, corpulent Brits.
Absolutely. And then you're hearing people calling themselves experts, advising the government to put the Marine there to blast this boat.
Yeah.
What is wrong with these people?
Well, we are no longer interested in the opinion of experts. Remember that.
You know, experts in what? In killing people. Failure after failure after failure. And then mark my word, next election, Mr. Boris Johnson will win the election. You know why? Because we have a leader on the opposition who don't even know how to preach his messages.
No. That is not correct.
Negative.
And I'm sick of hearing people say it. People don't vote for the Conservative Party because the Labour Party is untethered at the moment, or their message is not clear, or Keir Starmer doesn't come through the TV, or he doesn't have personality, or he's not funny, or and then the what about people will start with what about under Labour? They wouldn't have done any better, would they? No. Stop saying that there's nothing, there are no options. Of course there are. I mean, apart from anything else, we should have proportional representation in this country, and governments should be run by a coalition. If this government were run by a coalition, then, assuming that they weren't in a coalition with, UKIP, for instance.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
No offence. But, if it wasn't the Nigel party...
I'm a nutcase.
...that they were in coalition with, and it was, like the Lib Dems or the Greenies...
Groovy.
Then I would assume that things would not be as bad as they are. That we wouldn't have lost billions and billions and billions of pounds on stuff that we couldn't use, didn't arrive, didn't exist in the first place, pouring money on people that had no experience of providing what it is they were being asked to provide. But they did have the one unique qualification of being friends of the regime. That wouldn't have happened. More people would be represented if we were in a country that could be run by a coalition. Proportional representation. It's the only thing that makes sense. Because what we have at the moment is not democracy. This is not a democratic country, isn't. Because the majority of the people have zero say. They are not represented at all. It's a minority government. It's another minority Conservative government. And it seems to be that the elections are skewed to favour that outcome. Since the Second World War, 2/3 of the time we have been run by a minority Conservative government. So the majority have not had any representation at all. It's not a democracy. It's a pretend democracy. I mean, apart from anything else, we got the House of Lords. There's 800-odd people in there. It's the biggest undemocratically organised House of Lawmakers on earth, apart from China. And there's so many of them. This is a tiny island. There's like 65 million people. Why do we need so many MPs, so many lords? It's preposterous. And, of course, we've got an unelected head of state. Does that sound democratic? An unelected head of state who was chosen by an invisible space wizard. Yeah, that makes tons of sense. What century is it? 0345 6060 973. Blackheath. Hello, Sue.
Oh, Nick.
Sue.
Hi. The conversation's suddenly gone all serious.
Did it?
Yes. I'm trying to
mistake.
lighten the mood again a bit.
Please.
You were talking earlier about creepy crawlies, earwigs and all that sort of...
No.
Yeah. Well, the other day, went to go to our garden shed.
Yeah.
And there was a swarm...
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Ladybirds.
Oh.
A great big mass of them.
Oh, I bet I know where they were. Were they hiding in the door jamb? Where the...
Yes.
Aha.
Yeah,
see?
and they'd obviously were trying to get in further, but they couldn't. Probably too many in there.
Well, I think what they do is they climb into the where the door meet. What are the hinges? That like the hinge side of the door.
Door jam.
Yeah. They do it in the windows as well. They climb in there for winter. They stay in there all huddled together. They're not trying to get in necessarily. They just they squeeze together for warmth.
Well, it must have been extremely cold. I thought it was supposed to be mild out. But it was weird because they'd accumulated all around the lock.
Yeah.
So to get the thing open, you had to squash some of them.
Oh, no.
But they gave off an awful stink.
They smell, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Awful.
Really horrible.
They can bite, too.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I should put my gloves on next time.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, with that, I was dash and let you carry on with your wonderful show.
Oh, OK. Thanks a lot, Sue. It was a tale from the shed. Never go in the shed. You don't know what's living in there. This email says, apparently Johnson made the buyer's remorse comments about his current wife after he was asked by an attendee how he was enjoying family life at a recent dinner at the Garrick Club, hosted by Daily Telegraph columnist Charles Moore. And yes, that's the dinner that Johnson left COP26 to attend on a private jet. What? If you can believe that. You believe that?
Yes.
Of course. Of course. Rubbing our face in it. I'm sure that he and his merry band of pranksters wake up in the morning. I know I've said this before. I'm repeating myself. They must wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? What cruel and unusual punishment can we inflict upon them that they will just take? Thank you, sir. May I have another? What can we push them with today? Well, push them to the edge and see how much they'll take. So far, it seems to be an unlimited amount. This tweet from Phil says, no, read that one. Read the Paulosaurus one. Way ahead of schedule. Tweet from Lara says, my cat used to stick its face in everything I ate, and so I'd share it. Sandwiches, cereal, anything. He would even go to my neighbour, who ended up sharing a chimichanga with him. Chimichanga. A chimichanga. Even I'd not eat one of those at that point, says Lara. Well, your cat was a gourmet. You know what I want right now? A chimichanga. There was a cat last summer. I was sitting on outside, catching some rays, minding my own affairs. Da 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 da.
Rock and roll!
And this cat limped across the garden, as though it had a poorly leg, and it limped across, and doing the baby meow. They perfected this meow, which human beings cannot ignore. They know this. That is part of the evil nature of cats, and it is like a baby that they sound like, because they do all sorts of meows, but only to us. Cats don't meow to each other. They're talking to us. That's what cats meow for, to communicate to us, as in, I'm hungry, you stupid moron, open a tin. That's what a meow means. So this cat limps across the garden and spies me and thinks, aha, free dinner. And this was before you get concerned about the health of this cat that's limping. This was a fat cat. I mean, fat. This was not a cat that had difficulty finding food. And so it starts limping towards me, meowing, meow, like, help me. And it comes up the steps towards me, one step at a time. It would establish its position on one step, and then once it had secured that territory, then it would advance another step, making sure to, show me how much it was limping. And it looked past me into the open door of the living room and the kitchen, where the food was. And I thought, do I want a cat? No, not really, especially a limping cat. And so I nudged it very carefully back down the stairs. I didn't want it to encroach up any further, because it was going to end up inside the house. And then what do? And after I sort of nudged it down to the bottom of the stairs again, it just sort of stayed there for a while, like that. And I went in and, got on with making my food for me. I'm sorry if that sounds selfish. And I came out and it had gone. And I saw the same cat the next day, just jogging as easy as you like across the garden. There was nothing wrong with its leg at all. That's why it was so fat. It had figured out a way to manipulate stupid humans with the meowing and the limping. Can you believe that? Maybe we should try and get that cat to run the country. That's one smart cat. Let's have a call in Nottingham. Hello, Helen.
Hello, Nick. Are you well?
I am very well, thanks.
Good. I think not long ago, hearing you talking about the MPs having the second jobs or the third jobs or whatever it is, and it made me chuckle because this week I've seen loads on social media of videos, pictures, memes, whatever, of front benchers sleeping, literally zedding out of it.
Yes.
Not even a nap, just like I'm having a real sleep here.
Deep sleep.
Yeah, proper. We're gone. We're getting paid to do this job, and we're getting paid to represent this country and our constituencies and all the rest of it, and they are just
sleeping through
laid out on the front bench.
Right.
And I think, okay, so if you went to your GP or you were attended by a paramedic, should you be fortunate enough to get one, and if you went to A&E, and the person you were consulting with was just sleeping...
Yes. Yeah.
And when you were talking about the second or the third job, I'm thinking, well, you can't even do the first.
Mind you, if you had 3 jobs, you'd be napping in one of them. But that's if it was a real job. But they aren't talking about real jobs, are they? Mostly they're not real jobs. They're pretend jobs that allows them to take money for favours.
Exactly. It's the old consultancy thing, isn't it? And it's the... Yeah, and what comes with it, but it's a disgrace, isn't it? You know, you're falling asleep on the front, and it's not even slightly covered up. It's on the front bench in the House of Commons, and
rubbing our noses in it.
Snooze.
Yeah,
and then there's people out there working really hard. Mm-hmm. And I always use the NHS, as you know, Nick, when I ring, because that's what I do. But it doesn't just sit with the NHS; it sits further and further afield. But expect to try and do business with somebody who's asleep.
Yeah, maybe we're not paying them enough. Maybe 87,000, something like that. It was 87,000 and £250,000 in expenses. Maybe that's not enough. Perhaps they need more. Right. And you know what? If we paid them more, if we doubled their wages, they'd still be desperately searching for more money from outside sources because no amount is ever enough.
Well, good luck to that, because my 3% pay rise as an NHS worker, I am a senior manager, so it calculates what it calculates, but my 3% means that with what I pay in my NHS pension, which I pay with my national insurance, I'm actually worse off.
Worse
than I was. Yeah.
Yeah.
My pay slips are now lower
Worse
than
off.
before the 3% pay rise. So
Great.
I thank them for that.
Well, we appreciate your
I hope
service.
They enjoy their snooze.
Yeah, they did give you a round of applause for a couple of minutes on a Thursday last year, so you can bank that. All right, thanks a lot, Helen. Falling asleep on benches, I find that hard to believe.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Aren't they all having such fun? This text says, we still have so much trust in our politicians because we are British. The reality which we find hard to understand is that lobbying means bribery. That's it. Yes, that is it. Of course it is. But we've convinced ourselves that that's not who we are. That we're British, damn it. Fair play, cricket, tea at 3. Paw! That's not who we are. Slough. Christine.
Hi, Nick.
Christine.
Yes, I agree with everything you said about the man who said that Keir Starmer won't win the next election. I'm sick of hearing that. This is like Tory rabble, sort of press saying that.
Who am I going to vote for, please?
He holds Bodger to account every time, and then he goes, blah, 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 and then he throws his bathwater. And he had a paddy, didn't he, the last time, and he called him a coward. I mean, in the House of Commons. And but another thing is that where in the standard sections or policies does it say that Tory MPs are allowed a second job? Is because that's what Keir Starmer said. They're not allowed a second job, and now we should legislate for it. So don't you think that's something that's honest and decent? What is this country coming to? I mean, we put these people in power, and then we're surprised that they rob us blind, fill their boots at our cost.
The number of times that I've heard people say, oh, well, of course everybody knew what Boris Johnson was like. It was built into our decision-making. We knew what we were voting for. He's he's a bit of a chancer, and he's that funny bloke off the telly. So we knew what we were getting. But I don't think we did. I seriously doubt that people thought that we would get this.
Definitely not. I don't think we're really at a very low ebb.
I believe that's
politics
true.
Is,
yeah, it seems to be
at the moment.
about
all the terrible, sleaze. Well, not sleaze, but bribery and corruption,
Yeah.
really. That's what it is. Calling it sleaze is giving it some sort of charming name.
It is. It's not strong enough a word.
Exactly. It's like a sort of a funny sort of word where you can excuse them. But the actual thing is that it's bribery and corruption at its worst. And we're just sitting there taking it. If we were the French, they'd actually storm the House of Parliament. But we're too English, aren't we? And we just go, yeah, all right, that's all right.
And the corruption part, I mean, that seems like too benign a word as well. We're talking about billions of pounds.
That's right.
That have disappeared. Where has the money gone? Who's got the money? Let's start filling jails. I mean, it's that serious, surely. But they're going to get away with it, and you know that they're going to get away with it from the looks on their faces, which are, ever since they got into power, it's a permanent fixed grin. A smirk is what it is. That should be the new logo of the Conservative Party, a smirk. It's almost like, oh yeah, what are you going to do about it? Kind of look. Thanks a lot, Christine. Gotta go. Time's ticking away. This text from T kind of sums it all up, really. You can never straighten a bent nail. Any carpenter will tell you that that's true. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that. I
Completely correct in every respect. You can't straighten a bent nail. You've got to pull it out and use a straight one. Don't try to straighten a nail if it's already been bent. Won't work. Oh, Vienna.
Rock and roll!
As cases rise again, a number of European governments have started to reimpose limits on activity, ranging from Austria's full lockdown, which is upsetting a lot of people in Vienna, very, very upset. I don't know what a Viennese looks like when they're upset. What does a cake look like when it's upset? Austria's a full lockdown, a partial lockdown in the Netherlands, wherever that is, and restrictions on the unvaccinated in parts of Germany, the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Austria is to impose full lockdown. Country has also mandated vaccines for everybody from February the 1st. Got to get your jab. There's a partial lockdown introduced in the Netherlands. It's there already. Limits on home visitors. Working from home is encouraged and public events are scrapped. German ministers say they can't rule out a full lockdown with the decision to be determined by hospitalisation rates. Restrictions are imposed on the unvaccinated in Germany, the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Unvaccinated are banned from restaurants in Germany, but that's okay because they serve German food. The Belgium ICU, Intensive Care Unit. Oh, I better got that right.
Correct.
The Intensive Care Unit coordinator in Belgium says there's an increased risk that the country is going to have to resort to triage. I had to look that up. It means a rationing of treatment. As cases mount there, France's Emmanuel Macron says he thinks that levels of vaccines will be enough to avoid future lockdowns. Britain, meanwhile, has a higher infection rate than pretty much everywhere else in Europe, and nothing here so far. We just have to rely on the expert handling of the virus by our own government. We're doomed. Right, some texts and messages and such from last night. This one from Mary says, I agree that we'd be better off with the proportional representation. Unfortunately, that would require another referendum. No, it wouldn't. Why? Don't ask the people what they think, because the danger is they might tell you. She says, if the great British public failed to grasp the fundamentals of Brexit, what are the chances of them getting to grips with the pros and cons of PR? I'm just a bit worried, says Mary. At first she was afraid, now she's petrified. This text from Kath Theth. Slugs sometimes come in through the cat flap in my kitchen door. Honestly, I'm not joking, she says, grim. Why do slugs climb? What's that about? You put a pot out, it doesn't matter how big the pot is, a slug sees a pot, which to a slug must look like a mountain. I mean, say you've got a 3-foot pot outside, and a slug comes up to it, it must look like Snowdonia. And all a slug thinks is, I'm going to get to the top of that. I'm going to leave all of this fresh, juicy vegetation, and I'm going to climb that vertical cliff face to see if there's anything on top. Idiots. This text from Anonymous, who does text in a lot, says, buyer's remorse. How about voter's remorse? Yeah, how about voter's remorse there, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. A text from James says, drawing on other stories today, I only learned that it was technically illegal to play a game on your phone while driving a car, as the loopholes don't seem to cover that. Is that true? As these loopholes are being obviously tightened, ministers remain in the employment of private business that no doubt affect and reflect the high-level decisions for personal monetary gain seems reasonable. Did that make sense? He was just generally complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Well, let's start with the drivers thing. Drivers are soon going to face £200 fines and 6 points on their licence if they do so much as touch their phone at the wheel.
What?
Tougher laws, taking effect early next year, are going to make phone use while driving illegal in almost all circumstances. Touching the screen, browsing the internet, taking a photograph or playing a mobile game will all be covered by a ban next year. Well, how's it not covered by a ban now? I see people, I've seen this on several occasions, people driving along, not slowly either, weaving through traffic while watching a television programme on their phone, which is glued to their dashboard. Watching a TV programme, if you can believe that. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. You can't touch the screen, browse the internet, take a photograph, or play a mobile game early next year. So if you want to do that, then get it in now, while it is apparently still legal. As, by the way, also going to be banned, scrolling through a music playlist. But what if Ed Sheeran starts playing? You can surely touch your phone to do something about that.
No.
Very strict. The stringent rules will also apply when stopped at a traffic light or stuck in traffic. Well, that's ridiculous. You can't stop Ed Sheeran coming out your car stereo, even if you're stopped at the lights. You've got to just sit there and take it.
Oh, no.
The only significant exception is that drivers will still be able to use their phone as a sat-nav as long as it is secured in a holder, and they'll also be able to do hands-free calling. OK, well, you know what? Here is the news. You are not in control of your vehicle if you are mucking around with your sat-nav. It's a screen. It's on your phone. What's the difference between gawping at a map and choosing a non-Ed Sheeran-based music selection? The changes strengthen existing laws which prohibit texting or calling while driving. Well, you know what? I'd say that making a hands-free call is about as bad as one where you press the phone to your head. It doesn't really matter how you're hearing it. You're not paying full attention anymore. Miles can go by if you're having an intense conversation with somebody and you haven't, and you put the phone down and you realise, oh, blimey, I'm not where I thought I was. Because you haven't really been paying attention to the road. Hands-free calling. As, by the way, I mean, it's not quite as bad, but it's pretty bad to have a conversation with a person in the car. We want total silence. Because if there's one thing that we know about the human race is that we can't drive, even when we have all of our faculties concentrated on the task at hand. The sooner we get driven around by robots, the better.
Affirmative.
Transport Secretary Grant Shapps said, the transport expert Grant Shapps. He said that the changes would make it easier to prosecute drivers who ignore the rules. He said too many deaths and injuries occur while mobile phones are being held. By making it easier to prosecute people illegally using their phone at the wheel, we are ensuring that law is brought into the 21st century while further protecting all road users, says Grant Shapps, transport expert. Well, you know what, Grant Shapps, transport expert, if you really want to protect all drivers, start arresting people for tailgating. Might be a good idea. Or undertaking. Or blasting through a roundabout like it's not there. Or racing through traffic like they're Tom Cruise in a Mission Impossible film. But you can't, can you, Grant Shapps? Because we ain't got the police persons. Because the Conservatives have lost 20,000 police persons since they came to power and 22,000 police support staff, and they've lost half our police stations and half our magistrates' courts, and they've slashed legal aid, so even if they did catch them doing something they shouldn't have oughta, they still wouldn't be able to prosecute them. So, given all of that, how will they find these miscreants? And, of course, as usual, the answer to everything is cameras.
Oh, fabulous.
More surveillance. It's the regime's answer to everything. Highways England has trialled the use of high-definition cameras to take pictures of motorists through their windscreens while they're picking their noses, which is also going to be against the law. I mean, they will put them on gantries. So they say. That is if they can find a space on the gantries between the speed cameras and the average speed cameras and the traffic cameras and the number plate recognition cameras and the smart motorway cameras. Kodak hasn't got so many cameras. Here's a novel idea. Fix the potholes in the road if you want to make us safer. And arrest everyone driving through Streatham on a Friday night would also make us safer. I don't know what it is about Streatham, but people go full-on berserk when they drive through it. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. On the subject of driving, here's a call in Ruislip. Hello, Colin.
Hi, Nick. You're on form tonight.
Thanks.
So if you get caught touching your phone while driving, you get nicked. So if you had an accident, what were you doing? I was getting the CD out the glove box, reading the labels, putting it into my CD player and selecting the track. There's no law that says you can't do that.
Right, probably not, no.
So, but you can't just stop it cheering with one push of your finger, but you can do all that.
Yeah. You can take your jumper and your... you can change your underwear while you're driving in the fast lane of the motorway at 180 miles an hour. As long as you don't touch your phone, you'll be perfectly fine.
And put your makeup on as well.
Well, yeah. You would look a lot better with a tremendous amount of makeup, Colin. Do you mind if I say that?
No, I probably would, but I need my phone to look at myself to see I've got it all right.
That is true.
Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to put on too much because then you'd look ridiculous. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This another one from last night. I've got quite a few of these. Got to wipe them up. Text from James says, drawing on other story... Wait. No, I've read that. That's how I got into the whole driving thing. Thanks a lot, James. You've delighted us enough. This text from Tom says, I don't understand why people in the north are moaning about HS2. It only takes £100 and nearly 3 hours to travel from Leeds to Birmingham. Then they can save 20 minutes by getting to London. You only know they're not going to do it when the regime says that they're going to do it. You only know it's up when the regime says it's down. Ain't that right, Bodge? This says, hi, Nick, I spent 5 years hearing about we were right to leave the EU because it's undemocratic. When the Queen dies, the same people are going to spend 5 years insisting we need an unelected head of state, says Chris. Yeah, it's worse than that. An unelected head of state who was chosen by an invisible space wizard. This tweet says, Trump is promoting a book full of photos, which pretty much means no writing. Perfect for his fan base, most of whom are illiterate.
I love the poorly educated,
says Jez. Very offensive, Jez. And, there's another one from Anonymous. Who is this person? Says, you've just moved it about. I'm trying to read it. Stop moving it. It says, hi, Nick. Will we get a free hairpiece and product with Trump's photo book? Yeah, I think you've probably got enough product.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. Listen to the expert. He's an expert on hair.
Don't be rude.
I'm just giving the facts, Jack. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, talking about the mobile phone driving regulations that Boris wants to bring in.
Yes.
He said this week, we don't need a specific misogyny hate law because it's covered by other rules.
Right.
So I don't see the need to bring that in. Well, using a mobile phone in any form is covered by not being in control of your vehicle regulation, which is there already. So it already covers that. So could this just be a sort of distraction bomb thrown into...
What's odd is that the regime is so really very keen on enacting new laws to cover up for their not acting on the laws that already exist. That's the thing that they love doing the most, is bringing in new laws to cover laws that already exist that they're not actually doing anything about.
They did this with dogs. Dog nicking.
That's right, yeah, dog nicking.
Yeah,
they're going to make it a crime to steal someone's dog. Yeah, for hot news, it was already a crime to steal someone's dog.
And you could already go to jail for 7 years, so wow. But the other thing I wanted to point out is it's estimated the very top end is that 150 people a year die because of using phones while they're driving, and that's the top end.
Right.
There's 150 people a day dying of COVID.
Yes.
But no masks, or no other regulations imposed.
No masks, no coverage on the news. It's like it's not happening.
When did you last maybe my memory's failing me here, but when did you last hear any politician or scientist say less mingling would result in less disease? That's been dropped completely.
Yeah, it's as though it's not happening. We are in this country, and I think we're alone, really, in the world, in pretending that it's not happening anymore. We're over that, and so we've stepped nimbly over. What is it? 150,000 dead people. Well done, Bodge. Excellent work. And we're pretending that none of the last year and a half or 2 years, whatever it is, has actually happened.
And 150 a day is another 50,000 by the end of the year.
150 a day is an entire commercial airliner smashing into the ground every single day. And it's not being reported on the news. Nobody seems to be remotely bothered. The small protections that you can use that won't really cost you anything in your freedom or in your pocket book, people they're just completely ignoring it.
And as you say, they nimbly move on to mobile phones when you're driving and distracting us with immigrants. And it's Rwanda, then we're going to send them to South Pacific, then it's going to be Albania.
Yeah, that's great.
It's just distraction bomb.
All the time, yeah. It's the way to keep us distracted and divided. Yeah, Albania. That was my favourite one of the week. Yeah. It says the government, Priti Patel, and all the rest of them, Dominic Raab. Yeah, we're going to send all of our refugees to Albania. And Albania woke up and said, "What?" They said no, and furthermore, no. Yeah, stop picking on Albania, Boris. I bet you couldn't even find it on a map. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Right, people having a go at Donny. Poor Donny. Getting a book out. A Christmas book. Because that's what Jesus would want. This says, if you say we have to get rid of the House of Lords often enough, they make you a lord. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Exactly. They stymie that at the source. And finally, from last night, Bruce says, have you played James O'Brien's Mystery Hour board game yet? I'm stuck on question 32. How come Bodger Johnson is still Prime Minister? Any ideas? Any ideas, Bodge? No. No is the answer to that question. That is not question 32, is it? I have not seen the game. I've heard of it, but I have not seen it. No, I have not had the pleasure. Those slugs climb your massive plant pots. They have the Edmund Hillary complex. They climb it because it's there. As for snails, they are just posh French immigrant slugs, and I have no time for them, says Tony. Well, that is a good point there, Tony. French snails. Proper British slugs we want. Not those French ones that carry their house around on their back. I mean, what's that about? I just thought I'd shut up there so you can glory in the beauty that is that tune. Isn't it fantastic? Not a dreadful dirge at all. Why would anybody think that? An email from Tesla Trev, who says, so, drivers must concentrate 100% on driving, a bit like having one job. One job? Yeah. Tesla people. The superior smirk was wiped off their face. Tesla drivers say they've been locked out of their cars after an outage struck the car maker's app. Isn't that terrible? You know, I don't know about this, but apparently in the bright, shiny new world of tech that can talk to each other, the Tesla app is used as a key by drivers to unlock and start their cars. They start their cars with an app on their phones. What could possibly go wrong? Dozens of owners posted on social media about seeing an error message. Message said, "Warning, warning." An error message on their mobile app that was preventing them from connecting to their vehicles. As in, getting inside. Connecting. Are we connecting on a personal level? You know how I connect with my vehicle? With a key. It's this newfangled device that you put in a lock and you turn manually using your hand. Can you imagine that, kids?
No.
Apparently there's a secondary method of getting in your car, but that's not much use if you aren't carrying it. You Tesla people. I mean, we've got doorbells and locks and fridges and central heating and TVs and stereos and lights and everything that you can possibly imagine that is connected to each other and we rely on completely. And it all goes kaput when you haven't got a signal or the Wi-Fi goes down or you lose your phone. If you lose your phone, you'll be locked out of your car and you won't be able to get home. And even if you could, you wouldn't be able to get in your house. And even if you could, you'll freeze to death because you can't turn on your heating. And you won't be able to call for help because you've lost your phone. There's a hole in my bucket. Dear Liza, dear Liza.
Rock and roll!
I've got lights in my living room, about sort of 5 or 6 of them. And it's great when it works, but it's a Wi-Fi dependent. I've got a little switch which is magnetised, and you just stick it on the side of your fridge or whatever. And when you press a button, all your lights come on. Like magic. But in the likely circumstance that your Wi-Fi goes down, you're sitting there in darkness. And there's nothing you can do about it. The whole world's gone insane. I don't know. I think I've got enough of those things. I don't want any more. No more connected devices. Not for me. No. I'm not just saying no. I'm saying no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
Tweet from Alan says, the problem with starting a Tesla using your phone is that you get fined for using your phone when you're in your car. So now what? That's a good point. I mean, if you're going to get fined for sitting in your car in a stationary position, but you're in a Tesla and the only way you can start your car is to use your phone, well, you might as well just drive yourself straight to jail. Maybe they have an auto facility in the Tesla brain to do that. Just present yourself straight to jail for punishment. Let's have Newham. Linda.
Hello.
Linda.
I'm fed up. I've got another car. I had to get one because of you, Les.
Yeah.
I don't like this electronic button. All I want is a key. And I'm still trying to work out how it works. And I bought a radio, quite a nice radio CD player. But you've got to be a computer scientist to use it.
A CD player? That's ancient.
And a radio all in one.
Yeah, that's ancient technology there, Linda. A CD player? What's that?
when it's connected to this modern radio. All I want is a knob you turn for the sound and a knob you turn for the station.
Right.
And maybe a switch between radio and CD.
Yeah.
But I still can't work it.
You got to get some smart Alec 10-year-old to figure out how to turn on the Lighthouse Family or whatever it is you want to listen to. What do you want to listen to there, Linda?
Oh, I listen to all different music. I like the Beatles, I like reggae, I like classical, I like all different stuff.
Right.
So Motown as well. But my neighbour, he's bought a new car, and the car talks to him.
What?
The car talks to him as he walks up to the car.
What does it say?
Well, it says, "Hello, Maureen," and his name's Dave.
Does it say, "You're not going out looking like that, are you?" Maureen? Where did he get Maureen from?
Well, it must have been the previous owner's
name. Right. Maureen, you're looking a bit frumpy today.
Yes, got long hair. Apparently this car recognises you as you walk up.
Well, it's not very good at doing that, is it?
And it is an old wrinkly rocker.
Right. Well, he doesn't look anything like Maureen. Yeah, I'm with you. I want a key that you stick in a slot and you turn it. What's wrong with that?
That's all I want. I wish they would start making cars for older people like me who just want a key. That's all I want.
Right.
My other neighbour, he has to press a button to put the handbrake on.
Oh, see, that's no good.
No. I'll tell you what I worry about, which I probably shouldn't worry about. But if I ever crashed into a river and my doors were locked...
Yes.
Well, it'd probably mess up the electrics, and I probably wouldn't be able to get out.
No, you wouldn't, because it's because apparently winding down a window is beyond the ability of humankind in the new millennium.
If all this internet goes
I mean, can you imagine if that was that way in your house? That every window in your house required a button to open it. I mean, you wouldn't even think of such a thing unless you were a billionaire and you were living in some sort of fancy penthouse. So why? You're sitting right next to the window. It's not like it's on the other side of the car.
No.
It's the one right there. Why can't you wind it down? You need a button. It's ridiculous.
So I want them to make cars like that again.
Yeah.
And make life simple.
You want one that doesn't have a flashing indicator light. You want one that flips up a little sign out of the woodwork on the side of the car.
Well, I never flash people to say thank you because I'm frightened of messing up the electrics. So I just sort of wave to say thank you.
The amount of times that I've tried to flash people to come out of a side road and I've got the wrong side of the steering wheel, so I've not flashed them. I'm washing my windscreen instead, and so I'm sitting there thinking, if I just sit here and do it again, then they'll think that I meant that.
Yeah, I know. It's a crazy world, isn't it?
It certainly is, Linda. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Cheers, my dear. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, a key. And everybody under the age of 30 is going, "What's a key, Grandad?" It served us well for a good long time, and now you've got a little button that may or may not work. And when it doesn't work, big problem, huge. I think it costs like 300, 400 quid to get a new button to open your blooming car. What? It's about that, isn't it? Why? Why does it cost that much? That's ridiculous. The only reason it costs that much is because there's absolutely no other way you can buy one. You have to go to the manufacturer. It's a monopoly. Once you buy your car, you can't get your key anywhere else. And don't even think about trying to get in without disabling the alarm. Oh, my God. You'll wake up the neighbourhood. Your car will start calling you Maureen, just out of spite. What kind of a car speaks to you as you walk up? This text from Graham says, please play the Numbers Man sound clip. It really cheers me up. The Numbers Man. What, you mean Zaphod?
86%, 5 million, and of course, over 50%. And what I'm saying is,
yes,
an additional 162 million. And that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million.
No.
36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000. Massive, 500,000.
Really?
And one, 2,
3,
11,
close.
1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000,
yes.
6 million.
Right.
Basically 3.1 billion.
Wow.
Right, now that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Thanks for delivering. You're the best, Zaphod. Stephen Upminster says, talking of apps and lightning, do you remember the happy analog days when the studio lights would go out every hour and you had to wave your hands in the air like you just don't care? Those happy days when, by the way, you're doing the A to Z again this year, is the highlight of Jesus' birthday week for us. Yes, I will. The A to Z of 2021 starts at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Yes, it is. They're my favourite shows of the year. They fly by like life has sped up. The game is we construct a list. Now, a lot of newspapers and magazines and TV shows and radio shows and stuff, they'll have a list of the year, but it's usually compiled by one or at most two people, and it's very incomplete and highly subjective. It's no kind of list. I've been making the definitive list of whichever year we've been in for many, many years now. And I do believe that the lists are still available on in book form on Amazon. They're digital book form, which means that we cut down fewer trees and save the planet. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And this year, just like every other year, it's one letter per hour. So we'll start with A at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve. And then it's really quite remarkable how fast it goes. You're busy scratching your head trying to think of an A, and then already we'll be on the B's. And then I'll make the list, and I've been writing a sort of like a summary of the year as the year has been going on. I've been doing homework this year. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah, I've been doing a sort of like what happened this year summary, and I'll stick it in a book and I'll squirt it up the internet, and I'll put it out at the cheapest price point that they allow, about a third of the price of a cup of coffee, something like that. I'm giving it away. But the game starts 10 p.m. Christmas Eve and goes every night until New Year's Eve, and that's when it stops. One letter per hour in the intervening period, apart from the very, very last hour, which will be from midnight on New Year's Eve to 1 a.m., which is all the difficult letters at the end of the alphabet. They've all been shunted towards the end of the alphabet so that people will forget about them. X, Y, Z. W, X, Y, Z. What comes before W? I have to start from the beginning. I can't go from halfway and then get to the beginning. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. See? Just as I predicted. This text from Jonathan in Leatherhead says, I bought a smart light bulb the other day thinking it would make my life easier. However, it sometimes takes 2 or 3 minutes to open the app and connect to the Wi-Fi, so I could have just used the switch. Yeah, it's not everything that changes is an improvement on what went before. We like to convince ourselves that it is, that everything is much, much easier. But what you'll find is that you may actually spend 10 times longer doing and getting the same result as you used to before you went high tech. Just like communication, for instance. I know I've said this over and over and over and over and over again.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But kids, get your faces out of your phones and stop waggling your fingers at your screens and get on with your life. Particularly if you're in a gym and you're just using a piece of equipment to sit on, it's like your phone stool. People used to have their own phone table, and they put it in the hall where the table used to be, where the phone used to be. There used to be wooden on one end, where the phone sat, and a cushioned part on the other end, and a shelf underneath for a phone book. Hey, kids, ever seen a phone book?
No.
It's huge. And now, instead of having going to IKEA or whatever and buying a phone table, kids simply go to a gym and use all of the equipment in there as a phone table. They just sit there, scrolling away, gawping at the screen on their phone for an hour. Have you got much to do on that? Yeah. And then they'll go straight back to looking at their phone again. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. But my point was going to be, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. My point is that communicating with people by text message takes about 10 times as long as, actually phoning them up and speaking to them using your mouth. It drives me to distraction. The briefest phone message that you could get done in about 30 seconds by just talking to somebody can take all night long. And somebody will ask you a question and you reply to it and you put your phone down thinking that's the end of it. But no, here comes a comment about your comment and your phone goes bing, so you have to pick it up and look at it and see what it is, and then and you say, as brief as possible, you say thanks or whatever, and you put your phone down thinking that's the end of it. And is it the end of it?
No.
No, of course not, because here goes your phone again. And you can't not look at it, like Pavlov's dogs. So, not everything is an improvement. Not everything is an advance on what went before. Some things had absolutely nothing wrong with them. Stick to it. Plus, it won't cost you 300 quid to get a new key for your car. Text from Ray says, how will this new anti-mobile law affect Uber drivers? It's a good point. They cancelled on me the other night. What? Yeah, they were coming and they were coming and they were coming, and then they weren't coming anymore. Stranded. All alone. Never mind. You know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
Email from Martin says, I love hot dripping on toast. Dripping. Oh. Dripping comes... and my question was going to be, what's that? And here comes the answer. Do you want to hear the answer?
No.
No, you probably don't. It says dripping comes from the fatty, unusable parts of a cow and pig carcass.
Disgusting.
Oh. I mean, that sounds like the sort of thing that you would eat in times of privation, like war. Dripping on toast. I've heard of it, but it's not something that I would... butter not available? Dripping. Yeah, I'd like a piece of toast with the fatty, unusable parts of a cow and pig carcass, please. Oh. Hey, did you hear about George Completely? You know George Eustace? No! Yes, that's him. Well, George Eustace, the actual Environment Secretary, if you can believe that, he said that working mothers can help plug staff shortages at abattoirs left by an exodus of migrant labour. The labour that used to work here before they were persuaded that up is down and that we would all be better off outside of an organisation that we trade the most with and make bad deals with New Zealand and Tuvalu. George Eustace said the meat processing industry is altering its shift patterns in a bid to attract British staff after many of the Eastern Europeans that it had relied on for more than a decade left the country. You believe that? I mean, we have been yelling at them for 5 years to get out of our country, and then they left. Very unpatriotic. Companies are apparently reverting to older practices and undoing a relatively recent shift to migrants, which happened in the last 20 years, as the European Union expanded eastwards. Speaking of Parliament's Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Mr. Eustace said abattoirs used to have shifts that would accommodate parents who had children of school age. And we're starting to see that adjust back. So we have to have some confidence that it will be possible to get some people from this country back into these sorts of roles because they have done it in the recent past. Well, here's an interesting fact, Mr. Useless. People don't want to work in abattoirs. They just don't. I mean, we used to do all sorts of things. We used to go down the mines and get emphysema. I mean, that was in our recent past. Let's go back to that again, yes? How about you do it, George Useless? Making the hours better doesn't change the fact that you'll be cutting up bodies and you'll be ankle deep in blood and guts.
Disgusting.
But don't take my word for it. Tony Goodger of the Association of Independent Meat Suppliers said shift patterns can absolutely be changed to help to enable more people to come in throughout the day, which would potentially make more working mothers be able to join the sector. But it's unlikely that's going to provide a solution to the labour shortage. Yeah, because they don't want to do it. See, that's the problem of all of those people that came over and took our jobs, is that they didn't. They were pleasingly doing the jobs that we didn't want to do, jobs that were vital to this country ticking over. And now they're gone, those jobs ain't getting done no more. Oh, well, never mind. It's only life. Mr. Useless was speaking as the government battles to ease labour shortages across the food and logistics industry following a slowdown in deliveries that has left some gaps on supermarket shelves. I haven't actually noticed many gaps lately. Maybe the supermarkets are just rather wisely filling gaps with other things that they do have a lot of. Oh, people have been talking about a crisp shortage. Shortage of crisps. You know, one of your 5 a day. Crisps, they ain't got none of no more. I am stunned. Staff shortages at abattoirs and on meat processing lines have limited the number of carcasses that they can handle, leading to backlogs. And backlogs at the abattoir means that there's backlogs in the farm. It's meant that they've got nowhere to... farmers ain't got nowhere to send their pigs to be slaughtered. Sorry to break that to you, kids. They actually kill animals for meat. They probably didn't teach that in school. Too upsetting. It's meant there's nowhere for farmers to send pigs to be slaughtered. The National Pig Association said this has so far led to the culling, not killing, of more than 14,000 pigs. God, you're kidding. I didn't know it was that bad. 14,000! What have they done with them? I hope it's not going to be like when mad cow disease came around. You remember the mad cow disease, and they burnt them all in like piles? And because of the weight distribution of your average cow, they put them upside down with their legs in the air. That was the most upsetting part for me personally. And I'm sorry if this sounds selfish, but it's me. Their little legs were in the air. Which made it, viscerally obvious that it was a large pile of dead cows being burnt. See, if they managed to put them up the other way around, then from a distance, it would just look like a pile of indeterminate origin. But because their legs were in the air, there was no getting around it. Them's was cows. They should have dug 4 holes in the ground and then inserted the cow, legs first, into the ground and better. The National Pig Association said that so far they've culled more than 14,000 pigs. I'm amazed. How is that not top of the news? 14,000! If only somebody had said something before we decided to kick out all of those people that did the jobs that we didn't want to do. If only someone had said it might not be such a great idea, but not a word was said by anyone. Last month, the Department for Environment, Rural Affairs and Food, but not necessarily in that order, announced that 800 pork butchers would be allowed to come from overseas to work in the UK on a temporary 6-month basis. Tempting, eh? Come back and help the people that have been yelling at you to get out of our country, but only for a limited period before we start yelling at you to get out of our country again. What an opportunity! I can't believe people aren't queuing to get in dinghies to make it over here as soon as possible. And of course there's that pay more refrain from the government that want to hive off its failures onto private enterprise. And companies have offered higher pay. And yet we're still in the soup. Vegetarian soup. Meat soup is off. It says, blooming foreigners leaving our country, not doing our jobs. Yeah, that turned around pretty quick, didn't it? Let's have a call in Chingford. Why not? Hello, Pamela.
Good evening.
Pamela.
Right. Now, if they can't get the abattoir workers,
yeah,
why don't they ask people if they really do want to eat meat, give them a knife and let them go in and kill them?
Yeah.
I wonder how many people would go vegan.
100%.
Also, the thing is, if it's illegal to use a knife outside,
is it?
How comes it's legal to use a knife in those places? I don't understand that.
Right. Oh, you mean you can't go around stabbing animals, randomly, but you can if they're all lined up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
If you was to stab an animal out in the street,
yeah,
you'd be taken to court.
Yes.
You'd most probably get a sentence.
Yeah, in about, 5 or 6 years, or however long it takes for the legal system of this country to crank its gears. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing is, I've stood outside abattoirs. I won't mention a name, but one in Brentwood. We've spoken to the workers when they've come out of there. Some of them seem to be traumatised or vacant.
From speaking to you?
Well, speaking to us.
Right.
And they say that they don't want to do those jobs.
Well, who does?
But they can't get any other work.
Right.
Because they haven't got cards or paperwork, so they're being paid cash in hand.
Right, well, now, you've sort of identified the location of where it is you're talking about, unfortunately, so I have got absolutely no way of verifying that. Please disregard everything that nice lady just said. But I wish you all the best there, Pamela. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I didn't work in an abattoir, but I worked in a meat pie factory. So we were the place after the abattoir part. The animals had to go through the abattoir before they got to us. Otherwise, they'd just be running about the place and we wouldn't be able to put them in a pie. It would have been havoc. And that turned me just that. Working in a pie factory turned me vegetarian for 20 years. Just seeing, I know I've spoken about this a lot, but if you see the meat in a pie, a little pie, then that's one thing. But if you see what goes in the pie in this great vat on wheels, this wobbly gelatinous goop that gets squirted up a pie, then that's something completely different. And it put me right off. For 20 years, I didn't eat meat. Steve in Whitstable says, this is back to the all the connected devices. Says, I had to buy a new washing machine recently. The salesman asked me if I wanted the latest model with Wi-Fi on it. I asked him, why on earth would I want a washing machine with Wi-Fi on it? He said, so you can start it and operate it on your phone. So he says, I told him I've got to walk over to load it. Why would I want to use my phone to start it when I'm standing right in front of it? He said some people find it more convenient. So I bought a non-Wi-Fi twin tub. What's a twin tub? What's a twin tub? What's a twin tub? Oh, it is. Not paying attention. Never mind. We'll never know. It sounds like something from the 1950s. Does it have a stick in the middle that jiggles back and forth? What do they call those things? A jiggling stick. Or is that Ken Dodd? No, that's a tickling stick. The agitator. Oh, I bet it's called an agitator. I bet I got that right. I am doing very well. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your show as usual, Nick. Nick, the big news item this week, of course, has been HS2, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And Grant Shapps presented this new emasculated plan to Parliament with absolute glee. He was dripping with glee. None of the commentators in the media pointed out that it was this same Grant Shapps who announced in summer that 12 countries were being dropped from our red list, including Tristan da Cunha, Ascension Island, and the Faroe Islands. In fact, there were only 5 countries and 7 territories. And here he is in Parliament lying to us again.
Hang on a minute. He was lying. He wasn't lying. He was telling us that they've cancelled HS2 for the people that need it the most, right?
But he was building up all the ancillary things. We're going to do a new high-speed
I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that.
Yeah,
a lot of I'm gonners. Yeah.
Absolutely horrendous. But I've got good news for you.
You do?
I do have. Second-hand cars have rocketed up in price because of the global shortage of semiconductors, which caused a drop in new car manufacture. Now, you've told us, your many fans, that your car is worth £150.
£150?
Well, it's now gone up to 300.
Wow.
I thought I'd give you that.
I'm in the money. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I've been thinking about selling it. I don't want to see it go, but all it does is it sits underneath a bag. One of them big car bags. It sits underneath a car bag, and every now and again I turn it on. But I don't take it anywhere. I'd say that the tyres have probably got... they're flat on one side. They're practically square now, my tyres. Because it hasn't gone anywhere in absolutely ages. What's the point of having it? There is no point in having it, but, the thought of selling it, it's like, you've got to go through, you've got to take photographs of it, and then you've got to put it on a website.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I don't want to. But you aren't going to get any money from it if you don't sell it. So get on with it, boy. This text from Anonymous says, "No, Nick, I can speak my texts." In reference to a conversation I was having with myself some while ago about people, kids mostly, wasting their time, waggling their fingers at their phones instead of, calling up the person that they're communicating with and actually imparting the information that they're, typing, with using their mouths. Do you remember when people used to use their mouths? Well, not no more.
What we got here is a failure to communicate.
It takes about 3 hours to ask somebody how they are and what they're doing. All of that vitally important information that kids are passing to each other while they're sitting on gym equipment and preventing anybody else from using it for 3 hours. No, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. You? That. It is, and they are addicted. I know we've talked about this many times before, but I think it is alarming in many, many different ways how addicted kids have become to their phones. Not just kids, really. I mean, grown-ups as well, but particularly kids. And it's kind of depressing watching them. Because it's depressing, it's also just deeply annoying if you're trying to just get in and out of the gym. I mean, some people go to the gym and they spend all day there. Why would you want to do that? In that depressing, smelly, clanging place? Every time you go, there's usually some people, and it's always the same people, and they're always there. They're there when you get there, and they're still there when you leave. In and out as quickly as possible, 40, 50 minutes tops. Made all the more difficult because every single piece of equipment has got some kid sitting on it, gawping at their phones. Drives me up the wall. And the information that they're passing on cannot possibly be of any import. I mean, they don't look like they've got an important thought that has ever flitted across their dense foreheads. It's all just, it's just reacting to the bell. Your phone goes ping, and you got to pick it up, and there they are. Like, if you told me 10 years ago, 20, 15, any advance on 15, if you told me 15 years ago that the teenagers' number one activity would be typing, I'd have told you you're out of your mind. But here we are. I can speak my texts, says this anonymous person. No, speak your mind by calling the person that you're communicating with. Total waste of time, texts. This tweet from Sol says, VWXYZ, this is about the A to Z of 2021, I was talking about some while ago. VWXYZ. If you get them in order, do you get extra points, he says.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Let's have a call in, who's been waiting the longest? Pimlico. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Nick, I would like, if you mind, I would like to talk about two topics today. One is, I absolutely agree with you. It's all people that are absolutely hypocrites, say foreigners come and take our jobs. And they never do this hard work, really hard work, catering, farming. And almost farming is suffering because of lack of staff.
Yep.
And the farmers suffering lack of staff. And all these agricultures, the catering, is because they have not enough staff. And it's all people say, oh, foreigners coming here taking our jobs. It's simply utter rubbish.
It's pretty alarming when we, as a country, will not be able to provide food for ourselves. We'll have to import it from Europe.
Yeah, because there's all these people always mooning and whining. They have no clue what they're talking about.
Right.
But the second point I would like to say, today, I don't know how you've been around this Covent Garden, Leicester Square, incredibly busy.
Are they?
Yes, everywhere was packed. I just want to say, in one hand, it's grateful because everybody busy business. On the other hand, it seems to be nobody care about COVID-19. I wonder what is going on here. Honestly, it's incredibly busy.
Right.
You couldn't walk in the pavement.
Yeah, I still find it a bit alarming when I find myself in crowds. I mean, I've sort of got used to it a bit. But if we were having this conversation about 3-4 months ago, then I was, walking up to work, and suddenly all these people were walking towards me on the pavement, and it just felt, oh my God, get away from me, you diseased people.
No, because because of course everybody try and have a good time, but the problem is now you see is now start from Austria and Germany's numbers rising, and I hope we never get exactly the same level.
Yeah.
But when too many people in one place, I really honestly a little bit scared because too many people in one tiny place like restaurants, coffee shops or bars, too many people, especially tonight. I'm really scared, but I hope everything goes well, to be honest.
Alex, I have thought for the longest time that if we think that this will be a smooth transition back to normality, we are kidding ourselves. I just don't see it. I think that it is entirely possible. Nobody knows, of course, until we get there. But I think it's entirely possible that we ain't seen nothing yet.
But do you think are we going to be exactly the same kind of situation, or do you think we will be a little bit all right this winter? What do you think?
Well, if you'd asked me a week ago, I'd have said, I think we're probably going to be all right, because we seem to have given up on the very notion of there being a pandemic. It's like we're past that, we're over it, it doesn't exist anymore. But now that Austria's locked down, and the Netherlands is locking down, and Germany is thinking about it, and so I don't see how it can affect them and not us.
Honestly, I have to say, because I'm myself is double jab, but tonight when I see this crowd in central London, honestly, I'm so scared. I hope we will be all right, but it seems to me people absolutely don't give a damn. And then, I hope, honestly, but I said it's just incredibly busy.
All we have to rely on is the expertise and good governance of the regime.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I'd say we're doomed.
Oh, if you've mentioned about this coal clown called Boris, God bless us. No chance. We're going to be drowned. If our captain called Boris, we will be absolutely dreadful, honestly. I don't trust this Boris. No chance.
Okay, I don't know what on earth would lead you to that conclusion, Alex, but okay. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Have I taken the break yet? Have I taken the break yet?
Hello?
Have I taken the break yet? Have I taken the break yet? Answer me in English. Have I taken the break yet?
I can't hear you.
Okay. All right, never mind. 0345 6060 973. I honestly don't know whether I've done that. How do you find out? Oh, my God, he's going to come in here. This text from Alan says, hey, Nick, have you seen the dashboard of a Tesla? It's just a giant phone screen. Well, that is a good point. Have I taken a break yet? Speak.
I was on the phone to someone.
Have I taken a break yet?
I don't know.
We don't know. All right. Never mind. It's only money. Yeah, that's right. The dashboard of a Tesla is just a giant phone screen. I guess there's no way of knowing. I thought that I had. The logs. There's the log.
Well, if you can get back to the usual Zeta screen.
There it is, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Top of hour. So that means no.
No, hit the home button.
Home.
There, the little house.
The home button is a little house. Yes? Have I taken the break yet?
No break.
No break. Thank you. An expert. Finally. Have I taken a break yet?
Yes.
Thanks. 0345 6060 973. Chris says, I walk my dog every day and I no longer move out of the way of someone coming towards me, head down, looking into their phone. The surprised looks on their faces are a joy to see, says Chris. Well, I'm not sure that that's actually helping, Chris. Be considerate of others.
Be polite.
Text from Zach says, my Alexa device is going deaf. I end up having to scream every night to turn out the bedside light. My neighbour must think I've gone crazy, which is nothing to say about how my poor partner feels, who still hasn't got used to this nightly ordeal when they wake up in a state of panic, says Zach. Alexa, put thermonuclear device on my shopping list. Manchester. Hello, Alan.
Hello.
Alan.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Alan.
Yeah, I was just wondering about when you talked about abattoirs. Did you know that if they got an unhealthy pig, they don't slaughter it. They let it go back to the farm.
If they find an unhealthy pig, they don't slaughter it. They let it go back to the farm. Describe what unhealthy means in this regard.
Like a broken leg or something like that.
A broken leg?
Yeah, I work in one near where I live, and they don't slaughter it; they let it off.
Well, so it can limp away. Why would they not slaughter one with a broken leg?
I've never understood why, but it's true. I work in one, and I was doing my work experience when I was a kid there years ago.
Right.
And they said that if they get an unhealthy pig, they let it off.
Well, unhealthy, I can understand that. Like if it's diseased, if it's diseased or something. Yeah, but not broken leg. I thought if it's a horse, they shoot it if it's got a broken leg, which does seem a bit unreasonable.
Yeah, but pigs, no, they let them off.
Right.
Go back to the farm.
But the farmer doesn't want them, does he? They go back to the farm. What, to live a life of leisure?
Yeah.
Well, I am stunned.
Seriously. No, honestly.
All
I'm
right.
not. Pardon the pun, but I'm not I'm not pulling your leg.
No. Yeah, you pull my leg too hard, and I'll have to go back to the farm and enjoy myself. All right, thanks a lot, Alan. They get let off and go to a, I don't know, porcine retirement home. What does the farmer do with them when they get back to the farm? He patches them up and sends them back again. We'll never know. This text from Anonymous again. Please, can the borders be closed before next Sunday? Will that mean I'll be stranded here in Cyprus? You know what? In that break, I did look up the temperature in Cyprus. There'd be worse places to get stranded. Look at that. Oh, my God. I'll see you at the airport. I want to go right now. Sunny every day for the next 2 weeks. High of 74 degrees. That's about 24 degrees centigrade for people who do European surrender temperatures. 74 or 75 degrees. God, that's like summer in Cyprus. Oh, well, never mind. This email says, all these messages... Oh, this is anonymous. All these messages from me are like those buses on the way to not in service. I wondered for a long time where this is. Now that I have my old pension's bus pass, I might catch one and find out why it's such a popular destination. Yeah, not in service. A lot of buses go there. Email from Zach says, my pet mouse Elvis died. He was... Oh, see, I'm not even going to say it. Don't do jokes. Stop with the jokes, people. Bromley. Hello, Susan.
Oh, hi, Nick. Now, don't laugh at me because I know you do like things that are amusing. You were talking about twin tubs earlier.
Yeah. What's a twin tub?
Well, it's a double thing. It's part of it is a washing machine, and the other bit is a spin dryer. And it used to be, as you said, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and my mum used to pull the lead out, so it was outside in the garden, so it didn't make any noise inside. And if she thought she was putting on weight and needed a bit of exercise, she used to sit on the spin dryer.
Oh.
That's one thing.
Is that what she told you she was doing?
No. Oh. Well, yes, that's what she told me.
Okay, then.
Right, but while I was holding, you were talking about teenagers and typing.
Yeah.
Well, they do type, but they don't type as you learn to type, not with two hands and the ASDF.
No, just their thumbs. They're just bashing their phone screen with their thumbs, aren't they?
It's like thumbs and forefingers, but not actual typing like we learned years ago. But no, I only
It's still a keyboard, though. It is still a keyboard, though. I mean, some keyboards you can swipe, which I think is better. But the ones that I see, maybe it's a certain type of phone, but they have to actually type out all the letters individually, and so that's what they're doing. They must get thumb ache from doing it all day long.
Yeah, you do have to type all the individual letters, but us older ones, if we're on a keyboard, we can do it quicker.
Exactly.
We learn to start on the middle line and go up and go down. Yeah.
Can you believe that people are still doing it, but doing it slower and worse than they used to do it, even in the 1930s, for crying out loud? The whole world's gone insane.
Exactly. But on a more sort of serious note, talking about COVID and everything that's happening here, I genuinely believe that we as individuals need to be wearing masks because we're not getting any direction from the government. And I genuinely think that as sensible people, hopefully, we would just start wearing masks again. In and out of shops, libraries, theatres, or wherever we're going. That's what I hope.
Well, I'll talk about that in a minute in relation to Sweden. You remember how Sweden was not following any other country in the beginning of this whole virus thing? They were out there on their own. Well, they've had... the results are in, pretty much, about what happened in Sweden. I'll talk about that in a minute. But just on that twin tub thing, so there was actually two tubs in the same machine, or the one tub did two things?
No, there was two tubs.
Two different tubs, right.
Yes. It was one piece. It's oh God, it's hard
It
to
must have
explain.
been. It must have been huge.
No, it wasn't. It was only just a little bit bigger than a normal washing machine.
Right.
And it wasn't as deep. It wasn't as, oh God, the dimensions.
Right.
It was, not deep.
Not as wide and deep.
Wide. Yeah.
But it did.
and yes.
But it did give good wobble.
Oh, it certainly did.
Susan, I got to go, but thanks for that. Text from Paul says, what is the record height a slug has managed to climb? That's an excellent question, Paul. Let's ask Mr. Numbers Person.
86%.
86%. Nick, a bus driver who has to go through Streatham 6 times a day, I can confirm that people, namely BMW, Audi, skip lorries, scaffold lorries and Abellio bus drivers are the main culprits, says Mike in Streatham, and a Vivia bus driver. Right, so in other words, everybody else on the road except you. Is that right? Yeah. The correct answer is everybody should get locked up who drives through Streatham, apart from me. You know, for the benefit of humankind. I don't know what it is about Streatham, but when you drive through Streatham, you just have to grip the steering wheel more tightly because something berserk is about to happen. Streatham. I don't know what it is about Streatham, but there's just something in the air there. York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
How are you tonight?
Great, mate.
Good. Now, that lady was just talking about her mother sitting on the spin dryer.
Yeah.
Well, when I was a kid, we had a twin tub, and every time my mother got the washing out and the spin dryer started up, the cat would jump on immediately. He used to love it. he would just sit there, having a good ride.
Well, you'd think it would jiggle its little cat brain.
Well, he used to love it. Every time he heard it, start spinning, up he would jump. Yeah, he used to love it.
Well, some animals they do have. They go out of their way to have what looks like fun. I mean, I know we don't sort of associate that characteristic with animals, but sometimes you do see a behaviour which is only explainable by describing it as fun. Like I can remember there was I used to live in a place where next door they had like a glass extension on the outside of their house with a sloping glass roof, and when it was raining or particularly snowing, you'd see pigeons, and they'd start at the top and just slide down to the bottom, and then they'd fly back up to the top again and slide back down again. There's no other reason that they would do that other than they just were having fun.
Yeah, well, probably they were. Why not? Eh?
But it's a bit weird that we associate fun with animals that you don't really think are that intelligent. I mean, I guess cats are pretty smart, but you don't think of them having fun. You think of a purpose to everything they do. If they like chase a ball, or if you catch the light on your watch and it puts a little light dot on the wall, they just go berserk for that, don't they? If you move it around, that's just that's hunting behaviour, isn't it? But explain to me. A pigeon having a slide. There's no reason other than it's enjoying it.
Unless it's just an accident and they're just slipping down,
Right. Yeah, they actually want to be at the top. They just keep sliding down. They find themselves at the bottom and they think, here I am again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick, I know you were a vegetarian for 20 years, weren't you?
Yes.
So you say.
Right. Well, and I did eat fish. Full disclosure, I ate fish.
Well, yeah, you weren't a vegetarian.
Well, fish are vegetables, aren't they?
No. I just want to know, what made you start eating meat again?
Well, I know I've said this many times, but so I'll say it again. I read an article from, I can't remember who it was, but it was a journalist in one of these magazines in a newspaper, and they said, I've been a vegetarian for 20 years and I can't remember why, so I decided to eat meat again. And I read that and I thought, oh yeah, I've been a vegetarian for 20 years, and the reason why is dim, distant memory. I'm going to try meat again, and so I did.
Oh, that's awful. I think you should stop and be a vegetarian again.
But you see, I think I've done my bit, because most people do not go vegetarian ever.
Well, I think you should.
20 years is not that bad, is it?
No, it's better than nothing, but
Right.
To go back is not very good. So, what do you think?
Well, I have to say that when I first started eating meat, I can remember eating, I think it was probably, I can remember my first meal, and I know I've said this on the air many times. Having read that article, I think that day or the next day, I went to a restaurant, and it was a pricey place. So I had the prefix menu, which was the cheapest thing that they did, and it only had two choices for each course. And the starter was either soup or a thing that they called, it was in French, it called tête de veau sauce gribiche.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, I'll have that. It is, translated, it is cow's face with a gooey sauce.
Oh, my God.
It was as bad as I've just described. It was the worst dish I've ever eaten in my life. And it was the first meat meal I'd had in 20 years. Do you think it would put me off?
Yeah, I should have done.
It was thinly sliced cow's face. There's no other way of putting it. Yeah, it was it was like this gelatinous, thin slice of see-through, fatty blech. With a goopy sauce squirted all over it. It was awful.
It sounds it.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, dear.
But I do remember that when I had bacon for the first time in 20 years, I do recall like a surge going through me thinking, oh, yeah, this is what I've been missing.
Oh, no, that's terrible.
Sorry about that.
You let me down. Anyway, can I just say something else?
Yes.
I don't know whether you know this, but do you know that there's a photo of you for sale on Amazon? There is.
Right. How much?
And I saw it about a fortnight ago.
Yeah.
I think it was about £29, and it's only a 6x4.
Right. Still for sale, is it? Gosh, I find that really hard to believe.
Well, it was a fortnight ago.
Right.
I haven't checked recently.
A photograph of me doing what?
We just. There. You're not doing anything. It's just, you're just looking into the camera.
Right.
It's just, your face and...
My face? My beautiful face?
Yeah.
Well, that sounds cheap at half the price.
£29.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the good news there, Jan. Now I know my worth. Thanks, Jan. Ta-da.
Okay.
0345 6060 973. This tweet from Tom says, is it true that Nadeem Zahawi has got a second job as a bingo caller? Well, he does do good numbers.
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course, an additional £5.4 billion. Now, you've got to remember, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including 86%, 5 million, and of course, over 50%.
Okay, enough numbers. Ben in Weybridge says, I preemptively blocked Ed Sheeran on Spotify a few weeks ago by tapping, don't play this artist. So there is no need to touch my phone while driving. Sorted! Always best to prevent something before it happens. Prevention is the best cure.
Rock and roll!
I think you'll find that is right. Thank you, Ed Sheeran. You have delighted us enough. This anonymous message says, economic migrant loves the jobs you hate. Isn't that a household product? Email from Susan says, I think the perfect solution to the shortage of workers in abattoirs is to give these jobs to all the MPs who masterminded Brexit. It would serve to fill some of the vacancies, provide them with a second job if they want one, and hopefully it might even teach them a thing or two about the necessity of forward planning. Good idea there, Susan. Excellent work. John in Colchester on the same subject says, Nick, the pigs that are ill go to pig hospital and get well looked after until they get wrapped up in bedding, and then they become pigs in blankets. Oh, no. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
And this tweet from TJ says, it's like with executions. You have to be healthy so they can kill you. I think that's true, isn't it? In America, they don't kill you if you're ill. How ridiculous is that? Or if you're asleep, they wake you up to kill you. Wake up. Wakey, wakey. Time to die. Streatham, hello, Joy.
Hello, Nick.
Joy.
Nick.
Yes, Joy.
Yes, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Now, before I make my comment, I love the text regarding those who are responsible for Brexit being made to do work in abattoirs and do all the minute jobs that they hate.
Yes.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
Excellent idea, yeah.
This is your mess.
If they want to do a job, let them do that. Oh my God, there I am. I've just found the photograph of me on the World Wide Wait. God, was I ever that young? Wow.
Yeah. And also, in regards to, I think it was the second person I wanted to respond to, but I've forgotten. But Streatham, there is absolutely nothing wrong with Streatham.
Streatham?
You're driving, yeah.
I drive through Streatham on various occasions, and I have to report, Joy, that there is something in the air in Streatham that makes people drive like they're berserk.
Maybe because some of them are losing their sight because they're old, and they're losing their grip, so they hold on tight to their wheel because they're old.
Because they're old? No,
yes.
That's
so
not
obviously, they've got to grip a little bit harder. The young people, they don't have to grip so hard.
No, that's
so
not it.
I think it's to do with their age. Or
No. It may have something to do with their age, but it's the opposite way around. I think that they're young and stupid, and think, because they're young and stupid, that nothing bad will ever happen to them. Morons.
I'll contest to that. Not because they're morons. It's just because they don't. As older people, we're more afraid. We see danger. Younger people are not the reason they can climb to the top of the tree, fall down, and not.
Right.
I watched a little boy ride his bicycle faster than a speeding car. He was just so, and I'm admiring him, and he didn't have his hands on the, what the hell do you call it?
Yeah, well, I see that all the time. Stupid moron kids on bicycles. And if they're not doing a wheelie down the road, then they're busy texting somebody or whatever it is that they're doing on their blooming phone.
They are, but that's because their brain can do 20 things in one go.
No, it can't. It can't. There's no such thing as being what's the phrase? Being able to do more than one thing at the same time. But,
not when you're driving, I know. But when we watch what they do, I've shouted like a mother. Oh my God, please be careful. Oh my God, because I'm actually scared. I'm terrible. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't shouted back and say, hello, you're not my mother. You sound just like my mom.
Well, exactly. Don't shout at any kids.
Warning.
You're lucky to be alive there, Joy. All right, thanks a lot.
They do listen to me.
Right, well, okay. Cheers, my dear. What is it when... because people often ascribe this ability to women. They say, they're capable of doing more than one thing at the same time. What's the phrase? They can multitask. No, they cannot multitask. People can't do that. They pretend that they do, but what they actually are doing is shifting their attention very quickly from one thing to another. They're not concentrating on two things at the same time. We can't do that. And you're kidding yourself if you think you can. You're not paying attention to both things, only one at a time. You're just switching your attention very quickly. A vintage photo of Nick Abbott with a certificate of authenticity. From who? It's got a stamp and everything. At least they've spelt my name right. It comes with a certificate. But that is me. I remember that jacket and that jumper. In fact, I've still got that jumper. My God, my clothes are so old. I am an embarrassment. No, Nick, you're not an embarrassment. Why do you beat yourself up like that? Can I please get a bit of help here? Let's go to Cornwall. Hello, Angie.
Yes.
Angie. Yes, Angie.
Oh, right. Hi.
Hello, Angie.
Hello. I was just laughing when about the animals that do things just to amuse themselves.
Yes.
Because I've got 3 stable cats, which
What's a stable?
Well, you get them from the cat's protection. You know, ones
stable.
Ones that are feral and that have been caught wild.
Oh,
and, so they can't really live in a house.
They're not emotionally stable, but they used to live in a stable.
I don't know about that because I had 3 of them together. They were caught on Bodmin Moor by the famous Jamaica Inn. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Okay. But I had them beginning of this year, and I've called them. They're called Boris, Maggie, and Teresa. Anyway,
which is the worst behaved?
Well, Boris.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's what I would think. Yeah.
He's not the worst behaved. He's the sissy. Well, no, I can't say that, can I?
Please disregard everything this nice lady just said.
He's the one that doesn't want to do anything.
It doesn't want to do anything. Yeah, that sounds exactly like Bodge.
Here we go. Okay.
I've got a lovely video of him. We came up the yard one morning, and we've got a children's little slide for my grandson in the barn, and he was happily climbing up the slidey bit and then whoosh down again.
There's something about slides. Animals they just are attracted to him. It's bizarre.
He was climbing up again and whooshing out, but
Angie,
backwards whooshing down.
You want to stick that video on the internet, and by this time next year, you'll be a millionaire.
Perhaps I'll do that. Right. We've got some very funny ones.
Well, send me a link on the World Wide Wait. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, every other activity that an animal does, every other thing that it engages in, you can sort of think, yes, that's they're just practicing hunting behaviour. You know, in their tiny little doggy or catty mind, that's what they're doing when they play with, balls of wool or whatever it might be, or they go chasing a ball, like a dog will chase a ball or a frisbee or something like that. That's hunting behaviour. That's that's their natural instincts. But where does their natural instincts come in when they're enjoying a slide? So they are actually having fun. What I find a bit bizarre is that the human race is actually doing quite well, don't you think? Haven't we done well? We've evolved. I mean, we used to be troglodytes. We used to live in caves and have hair on our palms, and we used to grunt. Well, some people, of course, still do grunt. But we have, we stand up straight now, and we communicate using words, and we've invented iPhones and toasters, all sorts of things. Oh, the things that we've invented. Twin tub washing machines, if you can believe that. What's the animal kingdom invented? I mean, all the time that we've been going through all of these changes, and we've been inventing, the Industrial Revolution and then the technological age and IT and all of this stuff. We've got cars that can drive themselves now, for crying out loud. And the smartest animal outside of us is an ape, and all they've got is a stick that they poke into a hole with and dig ants out. And that's it. Don't you find that a bit weird? That they haven't evolved at all, and we've just charged away. It's like they've been tethered to the starting line. Of course, if they did evolve and start speaking to each other and inventing tools and things like that, then we probably have to respond in a severe way. Yeah, because that's who we are. We didn't get to be number one on this planet because we're nice. We got to be number one on this planet because nothing else came close in aggression and viciousness. And, some animals could beat us in a fight. In fact, I would say that most animals could actually beat us in a fight. If a squirrel attacked you, you'd run away, wouldn't you? You wouldn't stand there and fight it. You'd be freaking out. A squirrel! Once animals figure out that we will run away and we will not put up a fight, then we're in big trouble, huge. Of course, some actually have, but not very many. Seagulls, they know that we are chicken, and that we won't even protect our chips. I find this alarming. Some people find this comforting. I find it a bit alarming. Scotland Yard is to step up its high-tech efforts against crime by harvesting more data from Fitbit watches, smart speakers, doorbells, gaming devices, and coffee makers.
What?
An £11 million investment in digital forensics will also see, get ready, grip onto something firm, sat-navs, vehicle systems, and pacemakers routinely used to catch out lying suspects. You know, Met Commissioner Dame Cressida Dick? No! Yeah, that's her. She said, this investment will allow us to maximise the potential of digital forensics, helping us to catch more criminals, speed up investigations, build more successful criminal investigations, reassure victims, and increase confidence in the justice process. Well, I'm sorry, but being shopped by your own doorbell and coffee machine isn't exactly filling me with reassurance and confidence. It's more like, it seems like we're living in 1984. And not the song by the Eurythmics.
Rock and roll!
How about you go through all of those burner phones that government ministers did exciting PPE contract negotiations were on? See what you can get from them. Internet-connected gadgets and laptops, smart speakers, doorbells, watches and mobile phones can hold data which is crucial to police investigations, apparently. Or, to put it another way, everything in your home is spying on you, recording everything you do, and Big Brother is watching your every move. Information downloaded from them can pinpoint what a suspect was doing at the time of an offence and prove if they are lying. Experts have highlighted the case of... See, this has already happened. Pacemakers. 59-year-old Ross Compton was facing arson and insurance fraud charges following a fire at his home in Ohio in 2016. The defendant claimed that he was woken by the fire, packed a case, broke a window and threw out the bag. However, information from his pacemaker enabled a cardiologist to tell police that his explanation was highly improbable based on his heart rate and cardiac rhythms at the time. Wow. He was dobbed in by his own heart. Chris Porter, the Met's Director of Forensic Services, said 39,000 phones and 5,000 devices have been analysed by officers in the past year. He said, with a pacemaker, you would be able to time any elevation in heart rate and activity, which may be relevant to the case, whether it's a suspect or a victim. Oh, my God. What kind of a world are we living in? A centre of excellence called Laboratory Services has been set up to conduct the most complex investigations into damaged technology, audio and video devices. The unit aims to ensure that the force is ahead of criminals when it comes to advancement in technology. Hey, your doorbell may be spying on you, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. And here comes the legal bit. There is nothing to be afraid of if you've done nothing wrong. Things that are classed as wrong are subject to change depending on what mood Priti Patel is in. Saying negative things about the regime is not helpful. People that are not helpful may have their devices removed for analysis, including but not limited to phones, watches, teasmaids, doorbells, pacemakers, even if you are using them at the time. And remember, microphones are always on, even if they're off. And your phone is looking at you as often as you look at it.
Oh, no.
Those forward-facing cameras. What have you been doing?
Disgusting.
A tweet from Joshua says, found the picture of you for sale on Amazon. It comes with a certificate of authenticity. Yeah, I've seen that. I do not remember having that photograph taken or ever being that young. This says, the text from regarding your photo on Amazon, this kind of rare image, this kind of rare images, that's wrong, isn't it? these, perhaps, kind of rare images are not only a great thing to own, but also a great investment. Own a piece of history with this great photography memorabilia. It's an investment. This tweet from Amanda says, they once woke me up to give me sleeping tablets in hospital. Well, that's nuts. If, the thing about hospital is, if you're staying in there, why do they wake you up so early? What's the point of that? What's the thinking there? I mean, they say that a key to good health is a good night's sleep. Well, if that's true, why do they wake you up at 6 o'clock in the morning? And then do nothing? Like, if you're having a procedure and it's booked in at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they'll wake you up at 6 in the morning. Why? I've never been able to understand that. I mean, they say this, oh, well, that's when the doctor's rounds are. Yeah, okay, well, just make them later. I mean, I know doctors, and the hour they have to get up in the morning to get to a patient who's being dragged unwillingly out of sleep is ridiculous. If they just did it later, wouldn't that be better? Let people sleep in, no? But I am not a trained medical professional, so what do I know? Text from Anonymous, again, instead of pushing them back out to sea, get them working in the abattoirs. Also, get them to contact their mates in their countries of origin and invite them as well. That does seem to make sense, doesn't it? I mean, what have we got now? I don't know what the exact number is, so I'll make it up. 250,000 vacancies. Can you believe that?
Yes.
There's about 250,000 vacancies, there or thereabouts. All pretty much jobs that we don't want to do. We decided we don't want to do them, and no amount of change in the circumstance of I can't think what the word is. I'm trying to get a grasp of inducements. Inducements. No amount of inducements will induce us to do those jobs, so they will remain undone. And farmers are going to have to burn pigs in pyres, and cows, and fruit will rot in fields, and vegetables will not get plucked, and all of the rest of it. And then we will rely on our nearest trading partner for our food, which, as we seem to be determined to pick a fight with Europe, is going to be New Zealand. You'd have to leave the planet to get further away. Here comes the information. The number of job vacancies in the United Kingdom reached a record high of 1.1 million in 3 months to September 2021. Over 500,000 more vacancies when compared to the same period in 2020. 1.1 million. Yeah, and the thing is that we don't have a long-term unemployment problem in this country. So the people aren't sitting around waiting for a job, sucking up our delicious welfare system. That's not happening. So all of those jobs ain't going to get done. Who could have predicted that when an army of willing workers were shooed out of the country, that it might have negative consequences for us? If only somebody had said something. Right, let's talk about Sweden. Sweden, and when this was this kicked off initially, I was lionising Sweden. Their approach seemed to be making much more sense than our approach, but then, our approach was led by the dear leader.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, how's that app going, by the way?
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Bodge. You're never going to get it. Only £57 billion. Still doesn't work. Sweden, which went its own way, now has the lowest COVID infection rate in Western Europe. Sweden, always so perfect. Double vaccinated Swedes were told that they do not have to test for the virus, even if they get symptoms. Sweden refused to lock down, you recall. They didn't do any of that. When the streets were empty, like a sci-fi film in this country, Swedes were still enjoying a hot hygge action with each other.
Disgusting.
Sweden refused to lock down and is currently recording 85.4 cases per million people. By comparison, Britain under the able leadership of Bodger and his merry band of grasping pranksters, is reporting 500% more than that. Well done, Bodge. You're doing your best.
Yeah. Wait.
The country that said no to restrictions or lockdowns or masks are doing better than we are. They got 85 cases per million. We have 581. Oh, my God. And we're doing worse than Germany and France and this is the big one, fewer cases per population, per size, than its Scandinavian neighbours, Sweden. Because people were always saying, oh, well, yeah, Sweden, yeah, they're doing that, but what about Denmark? And they started with the whataboutery. What about Denmark? What about Norway? And what about Finland? Sweden are doing better than all of those places. There is a but, though. Sweden is currently carrying out not many tests. Even Donald Trump figured out that if you don't do tests, then you don't get cases. I mean, you do get cases, but you just don't know about it. And if you don't know about it, you can pretend it's not happening. They're doing 1.26 tests per 1,000 people. That is the lowest number of tests in Western Europe. We're carrying out 12 times more. Austria is carrying out 47 times more. With the result that they said, and everybody's got to go inside again. So it's not the tests and the cases that is the thing. It's the deaths. And Sweden is performing considerably better than we are. And before anybody calls in to say, oh, well, that's because Sweden is very, very spread out. Nonsense. No, it isn't. They have fewer people than we do in this country. And they have a large landmass. But Swedes, just like everybody else on Earth, live in towns and cities. Of course they do. They're as squeezed together as we are. Deaths per head of population were about the same as the worst performing large country in Europe. We're right there at the top of the worst list. Sweden, right down, way down, far, far fewer than we have. And as for at the moment, practically none at all. So they're obviously doing something right. Maybe their leadership is a serious and competent person. Wouldn't that be a revolutionary concept?
I can't comment on that.
We have by far the worst number of deaths in Europe, by the way. I mean, as just the total. But you would expect that, wouldn't you? As what with half as many deaths again as Germany. We have half as many deaths again as Germany, and yet Germany has 25 million more people than we do. We have had among the most severe lockdowns as well. We topped the COVID misery index. Plague Island, the New York Times called us.
Oh, fabulous.
In Sweden, meanwhile, Swedes refused to follow the rest of the world in shutting down society to curb the virus's spread. They said no, or whatever no is in Sweden. Nay? I don't know. They probably know. Get a Swede on the phone straight away. I mean it. They're not picking up? Unlike other European countries, it has never made face masks compulsory or enforced compulsory lockdowns. And if you think, well, at least our vaccine rollout is world-beating, well, you got that wrong too. It isn't. It might have been at the start, the vaccine rollout in this country, but it's a bit like calling the winner of a marathon after the first lap of the track. Too early. We leapt up onto the winner's podium just a bit too early. Sweden is in the middle of the road when it comes to vaccine uptake in Western Europe. 68.7% of the entire population of Sweden have had both vaccines for the virus, and that's more than we have. 67.5% double jabbed here. Spain, 80%, Netherlands, 73%, Austria, 63%, 63.9%. So we're among the worst in Europe now. How we managed to pull failure at the jaws of success, I don't know, but he always seems to find a way. It was going so well, and now we've been overtaken, left, right and centre. What Sweden did, which we didn't, was rely on its citizens to make the right choices during the first wave. That they did instead of locking down, using their hot, blonde, Swedish common sense. And to paraphrase the football commentator at the last thing that England won, we think it's all over. Well, it isn't now, because Europe's in the midst of the biggest ever COVID wave. That really is alarming. I mean, there's been big waves before, but what's happening right now is the worst that they've had up to this point. Can you believe that? Austria is in lockdown. Ireland placed its hospitals on a war footing, imposed a nighttime curfew for hospitality. Routine operations have been cancelled. The Netherlands is on fire because the Dutch are revolting, and I don't just mean the way that they sound. They look great, but they sound like a cat coughing up. All that. The Netherlands just imposed a partial lockdown on bars and restaurants and shops. They all close at 8. There's a rule of 4 guests at a time in your home, and it all sounds like we're back on that roundabout. Except that in this country, I don't know whether we're kidding ourselves or we've come to accept 150 people dying a day is okay as a bottom line. But I do restate my case. If it was 150 people on a plane dying every day, well, that would be top of the news. They'd do something about it. There's more to this. It's about masks. It's a bit weird about the masks thing. I'll come to that in just a minute. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. And my question is, have I taken a break yet? This text says N-E-J. N-E-J is no in Swedish. Pronounced nay. Says Caroline in Glasgow. Nay, as in...
No.
Negative.
No, 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 no.
No. A text from Al says, I was in hospital years ago after having had a stroke. The nurses wake you up every hour to ask you where you are and who the Prime Minister is. To ask you where you are? Well, I'm here, in this bed. You just woke me up. Stupid question. Text from Simeon Epsom says, I was discharged from hospital this evening after having had a procedure yesterday. I couldn't sleep last night and I asked for a sleeping tablet at 2 a.m. I was told I should have asked for one at 8 p.m. when it was the medication round. I told them I had no idea I wouldn't be able to sleep. How did I know at 8 p.m. I would need one? Yeah. Huh. Well, you can't get a pill in a hospital unless it's 8 p.m. That's ridiculous. Text from Lee says, I saw on the telly today over 250 abandoned dinghies after the Channel crossing in Kent. Do you think I can have one? Says Lee. Where are you going, Lee? It's like tents. All those kids who go to Glastonbury, all those hippies that go to Glastonbury,
Yowza.
and they think that they're doing green things, man, and we're saving the planet. And then they leave about 100,000 tents in the mud for somebody else to pick up. They've convinced themselves that they're doing good because the tents will get redistributed to the third world. No, they won't. They go in a landfill. Take your tents with you and reuse them next year. The kids are such hypocrites. They really are. I mean, they pretend to be all green and saving the planet and, all of that Greta Thunberg stuff. They're just as bad as everybody else. Just as bad as the old folk that got us into this trouble in the first place. Kids are just as bad. They pretend that they're not. They convince themselves that they are busy saving the planet, but they're not. Just look at the clothes that they wear. Fast fashion is this may not be true, but even if it isn't, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Fast fashion is the second most polluting thing on Earth outside of fossil fuels. I think that's actually true. It's also just about the most wasteful. I mean, at least when we dig hot, fresh, delicious fossil fuels out of the ground, we use it all. But fast fashion It's just so incredibly wasteful. It's staggering how wasteful it is. Kids go into a shop and they just want a packet of T-shirts, the 3 of them for £5, or a new jacket for £7, or a pair of trousers for £6. And of course they're rubbish. Of course they are. That's why they price them that way. And they wear them once, if at all, and then they throw them away. Don't tell me that old people are doing that, because they're not. The entire fast fashion business is predicated on the young. It's the kids that are doing that. Absolutely addicted to buying vast amounts of tat online. You see them queued up outside the post office. Huge, great big queues of people with gaffer-taped packages of clothes that they've ordered online that they've worn once and got the nerve to send back and get their money back for them. And of course, when they send them back, the people on the other end, they don't put them back on the shelf. They don't resell them. They throw them away. You're kidding yourself when you think that if you send it back that they're going to resell them. Of course they won't. They throw them away. So just think about that, kids. Next time you're, donning your green credentials stenciled on the back of your cagoules, you're just as bad as the old. Worse, in fact. I mean, at least old people haven't got the nerve to stand out and yell about how the different age groups are ruining the planet. I don't know where that came from. And I apologise. No, I don't apologise. I'm completely correct in every respect. You're not helping kids. You think you are, but you aren't. This text from Ian says, I used to clear up after Glastonbury. I got a wicked tent, thanks, and I once found $600 American in a baccy tin. Happy days. Blimey. Text from Lee says, oh, no, I read that one. Text from Hannah. Did you see the papers? British travellers will have to pay a fee to enter EU countries from next year. European Union countries? No! Why would anybody want to go there? I mean, what's Italy got that you can't find in Clacton, for instance? Oh, tourism is... there was this big, long article in CNN about tourism. Maybe it's a bit too late in the day to get into that. Apparently our tourism industry has fallen flat on its face. I mean, not just because of the virus, but partly because of Brexit. But the thing that twins us with every other country on earth is that we've all gone through the virus thing. So, that levels us all out. It's what then happens on top of that that defines how well you're doing. And we're doing really badly. But like I said, maybe it's a bit too late to get into that. Oh, I do want to finish that thing I was talking about Sweden, because it is kind of interesting what's happened there and how they have treated their citizenry and the results that they've had from it. And also there are rules about, the lockdown and distancing and masks, particularly masks. There's some conflicting information coming out. Well, there always has been, but it's interesting how Sweden has fared compared to the rest of the world and how they've treated this whole, the invisible menace all the way along. Well, I don't think we're unhealthier than anywhere else in Europe, are we? Isn't Portugal fatter than us? It's something bizarre like that. Some country that you wouldn't really associate with fatness. I think maybe it is. But, you go to other places and we're not significantly worse health-wise than they are we? Not sure about that. This one says, I was in hospital with pancreatic cancer. They kept waking me up every half hour and asked me what the date was. I told them to buy a diary. Email from Kay says, I'm eating crisps, but I wish I had a pizza. Do they sell Christmas dinner pizza yet? Oh, that sounds horrible. What's on a Christmas dinner pizza? Whatever it is, I don't want it. It's a no from me. Oh. But the masks thing about Sweden, this is interesting. I mean, it's we might not have had to go through all of this, last couple of years, being locked in for months and months and months, and all this misery, and all the businesses that shut down, and all of that. Sweden didn't. They seem to be doing just fine. They don't have rules about masks, by the way. They never did. They've never had any rules about wearing masks in public. We did. We still do. But people aren't doing it anymore. And people aren't doing it anymore because Bodger isn't doing it anymore.
Yeah. Wait.
He doesn't do it because he doesn't want to wear one while he gets his picture taken. That, and he doesn't want to be associated with the virus. That's why he doesn't wear one. Tell me that's not true. It's pathetic, really, but that's where we are. But in Sweden, they never really had any strict rules about wearing masks, and the only advice for people to wear masks was on public transport, and that was abandoned in July. And unlike in other countries, like I say, the coverings were never compulsory in Sweden. But, oddly, this week we were told that mask wearing is the single best public health measure to stop the spread of COVID, other than vaccination. There is a but though, a giant wobbly but. It very much depends on what mask you wear and how you wear it. So, but they do say that if you do it right, when you've got the right mask on, then it reduces COVID transmission by 53%, masks. Social distancing was found to reduce COVID cases by 25%, and hand washing reduces COVID transmission by 53%. So that's 53% reduction in COVID rates with mask wearing, 53% in hand washing, and 25% with social distancing. So if you do them all together, you'll be 131% safe, maths fans. 131% safer. In England, people are still required to use masks in health and care settings. And that was the big story this week. You are required to use a mask in health and care settings. There's signs all over hospitals and care settings. And Bodger walked by all of them in order to get his picture taken without wearing one. The dear leader was on one of his tiresome photo opportunities where he pretends to bond with the little people, not leprechauns. And if you were in a photo with him, he will be the only person in shop not wearing a mask, because nothing is as important as the glorification of the bodge. Isn't that right, dear leader?
I can't comment on that.
It's a yes from him. It was comical that Johnson excused himself and then had his army of supplicants wheeled out to underline the message that he broke no rules when he went to that hospital, even though we know that he did. Do they really think that we're stupid enough to believe that what we know is false is true if they just repeat it enough? I mean, endangering the nurses and the doctors and the patients in hospital is one thing. I mean, they are the little people. Who cares about the little people? Hey, Bodge. And besides, he clapped for them last year for a few minutes a week. What more do they want? A pay rise? But what I can't get out of my head is how he sat, breathing heavily without a mask on, sitting next to the actual David Attenborough when he was at COP26. I mean, never mind about him falling asleep as a way to demonstrate his commitment to tackling climate change. He was endangering a national treasure. How can anyone have the nerve to put David Bloomin' Attenborough at risk just to feed their own vanity so they aren't wearing a mask when they get their photograph taken? Still, I bet he's probably doing his best. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. This says, how is the vaccine and booster rollout going? So far more than... Is this just information? All right. We don't require information. This is not an informative show.
Negative.
I hit the wrong one. Never mind. Little did a Christmas dinner pizza last year. This is more information. We don't require information. A text from Hannah says, did you see in the papers British... I've read that. Text from Chris says, I'm moving to the US and was wondering who are your favourite current American radio hosts. Well, I don't know any. Apart from Howard Stern. That's the only name I know, really. I mean, my favourite radio host of all time is Neil Rogers. I can check, but I do believe he's still dead. But his work is available on the internet. Ask for it by name. Neil Rogers used to do a show in Miami, and he's the reason that I'm doing this now. Because somebody sent me a cassette from Miami in about 1985, something like that, of this guy just tearing the airways up. And I thought, wow, that's what you can do on the radio. And from that moment on, I was hooked. Tweet from Tom says, is it true that Nadeem Zahawi has got a second job as a bingo caller? I'm pretty sure I read that too. Getting deja vu. And that one... this tweet from Benjamin says, no need to text and drive, just do what I do. Tow a carrier pigeon loft everywhere you go. Okay. Another anonymous text. Bodge is on the front page of a national Sunday paper this morning, caught again on a train without a mask. Oh. It is a photograph thing, and I'm sure it's in order to dissociate himself from the virus. That's got to be it. Because he's not a stupid man, so there's a reason why he does everything. And it's for his own benefit. So you have to think, well, how is he benefiting from this? From continuing to do something that he's getting criticism for? And the calculation must be that a photograph of him in a mask associates him with the virus. Also, you can't see his face. His beautiful face. It's PR, is what it is. Which is pretty alarming, really, that we are being led by somebody who values their own PR over other people's lives. And there was a video of various people who were being asked on the tube why they weren't wearing a mask. And, I mean, I know it was probably edited to make it appear as though everybody was giving the same reason, but enough people gave this reason to make it a thing, and they said, well, the reason I'm not wearing it is because, you know, they're not wearing it in Parliament. Boris Johnson's not wearing it. The Tory benches aren't wearing it. That's the reason why. It's blooming obvious, really. Makes sense to me. Email from Gary in Croydon, maybe? Little did a Christmas dinner pizza last year. There was no meat, just veg, including the ubiquitous and sadly much hated Brussels sprouts. I like Brussels sprouts, even though they're from Brussels. No! Freedom sprouts, we should call them. He says, is this an unsolicited testimonial? Yeah, right, okay. I won't read the rest of it. He wasn't thoroughly delighted. He was not a completely satisfied customer. Well, sprouts on a pizza, that does sound like a very bad idea. I don't think there's any way that could actually work. Sprouts on a pizza. Yeah, I think for the first time in my life, I would have to say no to a pizza. Can you believe that? No. This tweet from Jason said, Boris not wearing a mask to distance himself from the virus reminds me of a manager I had who made us walk around in T-shirts when the boiler was broken to give the perception that it was warm in the middle of winter. That wouldn't really give me the perception that it was warm. That would give me the perception that it was freezing blooming cold. But never mind. That's just me, I expect. Selzy. Hi, Maxine.
Oh, hello, Charlie. I ain't spoken to you for ages.
Ages?
How are you, my love?
I am great, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. The last time I spoke to you, I had me pigeon out in the tree. You know, me baby pigeon.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
I have news.
Yes.
I have an African grey parrot, right?
A parrot?
called George. Well, she's laid 4 eggs. They ain't going to hatch me, love, so I've got to try and get them out the cage. I've managed to get 1 out. I can't get the other 3 out.
Why not?
No, because she ended up biting me.
Right.
She don't like me.
Well, yeah. Don't get in between a mother and her eggs.
Yeah, but they're not going to hatch.
How do you know that? Oh, well, of course it hasn't had...
Yeah, you know what I mean? You know,
parrot
the old
love.
bit of
Yeah.
jiggery pokery. You know what I mean? Anyway, because I'm always very concerned about you at Christmas. Now, I do remember last Christmas, all you had was a pizza.
Yeah, that's what I like the best. Christmas pizza. Not a Christmas pizza with Christmas food on it, but, you know, an ordinary pizza at Christmas.
At Christmas.
Yeah.
Now, I don't mind if you want to come to my house for Christmas dinner.
Right.
I'm doing a pizza. But I can cook it for you.
Well, let me think about that. No.
No. Now, what about a Christmas tree? Have you put a Christmas tree up yet?
No, not a Christmas
tree. Have you seen them up? They're up already. They were up. I think that of November.
Yeah, I think that this year, of all years, people who run businesses are really trying to get us in the mood to get us to spend a ton of money, and everything seemed to go up. I mean, it always seems to go up early, but this year it seemed particularly early, didn't it?
I know. The advent calendars were out for November. I've eaten all my chocolate. I've now got to go and buy a new advent calendar.
New one. Right. You just couldn't help yourself.
Well, no. Now, so what are you doing? Are you working over Christmas,
Yes,
my love?
every single day from Christmas Eve to the 3rd of January.
Oh, no.
Yes, my favourite shows of the year.
As they say, it's good to talk and you don't stop talking, my love, which is nice.
It's a talk show. Can't stop talking.
Now,
can't hide behind music.
I have to tell you this.
Yeah.
Now, I phoned up for me jibby jabby, me booster. An hour and 3/4 I was on the phone for me jibby jabby for them to tell me we have an appointment.
Right.
Well, I was at work that day, so I couldn't go. So now, where are these walk-in centres where you can just go and have a jibby-jabby booster done?
I've got no idea.
You can't. You have to get an appointment. So you spend an hour and 3/4 on the phone for your jibby-jabby. Then when you go there, you can't get an appointment.
That seems...
All I want is me jibby-jabby booster.
Right. Stop saying jibby-jabby.
But that's what it is.
Yeah. I can't help you there, Maxine. Have you tried calling your Jeep? Oh, no, that probably wouldn't work either. You'd be on the phone for like 3 days before you get through.
Yeah.
That seems weird. I thought that they were calling you rather than you have to call them.
Me.
They texted you, right?
Well,
but
no, I've got to tell you this.
Yeah.
I've got to tell you this, right? I get an appointment for me flu jab, right? So I think, oh, here we go. And I was off that day. So I thought, right, I better phone them to make sure, let them know I am available. Because I'm a very busy lady.
Of course.
And I don't like to take up anybody else's appointments. So I phoned up and goes, I've got one of your text messages, one of many of the 47 on my phone. So she goes, I'm afraid we can't fit you in. We've run out of vaccine.
Great.
And I went, okay. So it goes, can you book me in another time? Yes, we can. The day before I was due to go for the first one, they sent me a message. Don't forget you have an appointment for your flu vaccine tomorrow. Well, I phoned them up because I was very confused because they sent me a message saying don't turn up.
Right, so they want you to turn up but not turn up.
Yeah, so I goes, am I coming there or not? I goes, because I'm very confused now. No.
They can probably give you an injection for that.
Well, no, I couldn't even get in for that one either. The nutty injection, I can't get in for one of them either.
Well, I don't know what to say.
They could fit
There's
the
more.
other half in,
Right.
but not me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say, Maxine, but try and try again. How does that sound?
Well, it does sound good. Now, I've got another solution to your Christmas problem.
Right, go on then. I'm gonna have to throw
Steve Allen.
I'll have to throw this story away because I haven't got any time to say it now. But go on.
Steve Allen, he puts up loads of Christmas trees in his house. He must have a very big house. I reckon you could go there for Christmas.
Oh yeah, that's a no too.
I love you anyway.
All right.
John.
Thanks a lot, Maxine. Cheers, my dear. Ta-ra. All right, quickly. Just when you thought they couldn't get any lower, they find a way. Conservative MPs have pressed for the right to taxpayer-funded legal representation so they can defend themselves against sleaze allegations.
What?
Yeah, you heard that right. They want us to pay for them to hire lawyers to defend them from us. Ain't that great?
Fabulous.
The Prime Minister heard pleas from colleagues in the 1922 Committee of Backbench MPs on the need for a fair appeals system. Some of the richest people in the land want us to pay their legal bills. I actually did homework. Can you believe that?
No.
I found that MPs are in the top 4% of earners in this country. I mean, that's just basic salary. That doesn't even count their pensions or their expenses, which have included renting a house while they rent out their main house. We pay for their rented house. They get their money on their main house. It's included hotels for their family, unlimited first-class travel, 25 grand on an office, 200,000 for whoever they choose to be their staff, which can be their actual husbands and wives.
What?
Or someone that they want to cheat on behind their husband and wives' backs.
Disgusting.
It is a cesspit of grasping chances. And their permanent fixed smirk tells you that they are getting away with it. And furthermore, that they think they are worth it because of their innate superiority and their genius and excellence in being themselves. And when they get caught out, they want us to pay for them to get expensive legal representation to wriggle out of it. Am I hallucinating, or is this real life? And at the 1922 committee meeting, MPs are understood to have argued that it would be unfair if people were unable to properly defend themselves because they couldn't find a lawyer that they could afford. And Johnson was said to be sympathetic to these calls. Yeah, I bet he is. Remind me how such a situation is for the little people. You know, if you or I wanted the state to provide legal aid, how much earnings would prevent us from getting any help? Actually, don't bother. I've done the homework on that as well. Can you believe it?
No.
31,000 a year. If you earn more than £31,000 a year, you get no legal aid. Zero. This lot earn almost 3 times that, plus expenses. It's enough to make you think that there's one rule for us, dopes who pay taxes, and another rule for that lot, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
But it's worse than that, because none of us little people could get legal assistance from the state if we were trying to defend a ruling in the workplace. Doesn't count. If you were caught fiddling your expenses at work and you got reprimanded, then you wouldn't get any help at all. But this lot want to break the rules, game the system, crawl through the loopholes in the knowledge that if they get caught, they can get us to pay for their legal costs to make it all go away. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
And separately, in an awkwardly timed update to the Register of Members' Interests, Sir Geoffrey Cox, the highest paid MP, has just revealed to have declared a further £55,000 in earnings for legal work. 55 grand for 45 hours work carried out in August. He earned twice the national average yearly wage of his constituents for 1 month's Brian Blessed impersonations. It takes his earnings from legal work over the past year to £1,093,243 That's compared with his £81,932 wage as an MP. Sir Cox a QC issued a defiant statement this week defending his work as a lawyer. It said, "I regularly work 70-hour weeks and always ensure that my casework..." How does he keep that up? "On behalf of my constituents is given primary importance." And then he went off to fight Ming the Merciless with Flash Gordon, all in a day's work. The Commons, of course, has backed moves to compel MPs to keep any outside work within reasonable limits, which is deliberately vague and utterly meaningless and won't make the slightest difference. I'm going to go to hospital now because I've got a problem with my throat.